Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, bright. Live stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, 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 Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. Trash and truth. No sugar-coated grooves. Melody, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From halls to the city, I'm the queen of groove. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make you bright. Live stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are.
Well, hello. Happy Hump Day. It's January 10th, 2024, 8:03 a.m. on the East Coast. And I am Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truths, coming at you with coffee and chaos with T3. That's me. So today's title is Something Wicked This Way Comes. Because you can feel it. You can feel it in the air. You hear it. You see it. It's just everywhere. There's this sense of impending something. Now, I don't want to say doom because I don't want to live on that side of life. But, I mean, things don't exactly look that great. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at us lately, and it's getting to me. I'll be honest. It's getting to me. It's getting to some of the people in my life, and that's getting to me. And it's just really, really hard not to sink under the weight of all that. But I'm going to do my best. So if anything in this life I know I'm good at, it's kicking, the bad shit's ass. So we're just going to continue on that road. Let's see. I am live on Rumble today. We'll see how that goes. It wasn't as hard to set up as I thought it was going to be. I know I did it once before, but it was just like, I get very nervous trying new things. I am very much a creature of habit, but we'll see how this goes because I don't know. That seems to be like the direction we're headed, right? Got to go somewhere where they actually let you speak. It's kind of hard to have a show about all sorts of topics, and some of them are really not controversial, but they're trigger warning topics. Like they're touchy. And I don't see why anybody else out there has the right to tell me I can't talk about them or to, I guess, control whether or not you can listen. So we'll see how Rumble goes. This morning we have Daisy Girl Williams. Good morning, sweeties. Hi, honey. How are you? We have Jude Curio. I'm over here. Hi over there. He said, hi, honey. Welcome again. Welcome back. T-Rex Trucking. Good M. I do need to sleep now. Of course you do, honey. Have a fantastic show or day, Shelly. Thank you very much, T-Rex. I appreciate that. We got Cool Gamer saying hi, everybody. Hi to you too, honey. Welcome, welcome. DJ Nitro Blue. Oh, I haven't seen you in a long time, you smooth talking thing. How are you? All right, we got the gang is all here. And I'm pretty sure my girls will be rolling in soon. I know a lot of people are down with this RSV and who has the coof. I had the coof. I don't still have the coof technically, but that doesn't mean I'm not still sick. So yesterday kicked my butt. I don't know. I woke up on time, had a good sleep. And then I woke up and I was awake for like 2-3 hours and my body was like, no, we're going back to sleep. So I took another like hour and a half nap. Woke up thinking, oh, I'm full of like all this energy, right? Yeah, no, I wasn't full of all that energy. I dragged through the whole day and I made the mistake of calling my mother. I got to learn not to do that. And we got into it. And I'm going to be real with you. She pissed me off. And I went off on her. And I cried. And I yell. When I yell, I yell. And I yelled. And she was just, no, calm down. I didn't mean it like that. Well, I did mean it like that, but we can talk about it. I was like, bitch. I was so mad. And I had to swallow it. I got it out with her and I left nothing unsaid, I guess you could say. And she just didn't take it well. And you know what? Oh, well, you reap what you sow. I wasn't happy. And when I'm not happy, you know it. I make sure you know it. I don't hide shit. You know, when I'm happy, I'm all, hey guys, whatever. But when I'm not, you know it. So she got a little taste of, you know, how I felt. And if she don't like it, boo freaking who. But then my day just kind of imploded from there. And I just said, screw it. It was 4:45 in the afternoon. And I was like, I'm going to sleep. You know, it's a bad day when you hit the bed before the sun goes down. All I was getting was all these alerts about flooding and power outages. I was like, you know what? Everybody make sure their stuff is charged. I'm going to sleep. And I slept until 11 o'clock at night. Got up for like 2 hours and I went right the fuck back to sleep. It was that kind of day. I was so drained. So I woke up this morning at 6 and I was like, all right, what am I going to do? I went and I sat in Shizzy's chat for like an hour. Once I had my coffee and did all my human things. And that was that. DJ said, I'm surviving the winter storms. Yeah, that's one of the things on my list. I don't really have one particular thing to talk about. Most of what I'm talking about is all going to get wrapped up in the big bow of being controlled. I feel like everything going on is just part of the mechanism that they got going, part of the game they got going to get more and more control through fear and through intimidation and through misinformation and all those lovely things that we're not allowed to talk about. And if I get spanked for it, fuck it. I don't care. That's why I'm on Rumble. I figure I'll just let it go on Rumble. I'm going to have to build my base over there. So right now I'm at like 46 followers, but that's fine. I get more views over on Rumble than I get on YouTube. And, you know, people will leave comments, they'll do whatever, but I get the feedback like through Discord and stuff like that. So at least I know the numbers are accurate. The winter storms, yeah. We've had nothing but rain here. I looked out the window, we didn't have any snow. It's just been rain, more rain, a little bit more rain, a little bit more rain. And being that I live right on the Hudson River, like it's a block from my house, we have this problem with storm surges and high tide. And they were predicting storm surges with way too much rain, because we don't deal with rain well here at all, and high tide all at the same time. So they're like, yeah, you're going to lose power. Well, the lights flickered a couple times. I lost my internet 1 or 2 times because, it's We didn't lose power like they did down south, like Florida has lost power. We lost it for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and it comes right back. But then to boot up all the systems and to wait for the internet to click back on, and it's got to go through all its little runs and all its little tests. That's annoying as shit. I was like this morning, if I lose power even once, guys, if I lose power, if I suddenly out of existence, I won't be back this morning. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing the 15 minutes in between. That's just terrible. Yeah. Happy Wednesday, baby. What's up? I hope you're feeling better. You and the little one. She said, I've been here, but I'm so blah. Oh, honey, you don't have to do anything but just get better. I'm dead serious. I've been where you are. I mean, you have that RSV, which apparently it's still kicking rabbit's ass. You just get better and you take care of your baby. I know how gut wrenching that is when they're sick. It don't even matter when you're sick. And that was part of my argument with my mother, because I was like, you know what? You're so goddamn selfish. I was like, you don't even look in on us. You know, I got these kids. You know that they were both sick. You knew that I was like feeling like death. Did you send any like word or anything? Nope. And you said he is finally flu B and RSV, or the first hospital was wrong and the second was right, and they said flu B and an unknown upper respiratory infection, because I know flu B and this flu B and the worst congestion. Listen, I saw something on Discord that you put about how can he have two things at once. Let me tell you something. That's a real thing. It is. It's absolutely a real thing. I took my son. He was young. He had like 104 fever, and he didn't have it when we got to the doctor. Like he had like 101, and I was just like, all right. I just picked him up from school because he was sick at school, and his doctor was a block away. So I was like, screw it. I'm just going to run him to the doctor. Got there. They took his temperature 101. Okay. Took maybe 20 minutes for us to get seen. They took his temperature again, 104. They were like, oh my God. So right away, they gave him like, they gave me all these different scripts for like all these different, like antibiotics, da, da, da. And I was like, they were like, well, we want to test him for the flu. And I was like, okay. So they tested him. He had gotten the flu shot that year. That in fact was the last year he got the flu shot. I think he was 6. And they tested him, and he had not one, but 2 strains of flu at the same time. And I said, but he got a flu shot. She said, yeah, he got 2 strains. That's not what the shot was for. I was like, wait a minute. That's when I heard, see, I didn't know that they pick, like, out of all the flu strains there are, they pick the strain that they predict will be predominantly spread. And that's the one that they give that year. I didn't know that. And I was just like, wait a minute, but you're telling me like it doesn't just battle the flu. And she was like, no. The doctor's like, no, that's not how it works. They pick a strain. I was like, how many strains are there? She was like, thousands. Are you shitting me? So you're really telling me I'm putting this stuff in my kid that has a 1 in what chance? I mean, you're picking one strain. She's like, well, they usually make like a cocktail. Great. Yeah, that makes me feel much better. So like they're just pumping these like viruses into them. They're not live viruses, but it's supposed to be like, to combat 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, he didn't get 1, 2, 3, and 4. He got number 964, number 1047. Like, so what was I giving it to him for? I was like, I'm putting this like stuff in him for what? For what? Because every time I ever got a flu shot, I got the flu. Horribly. And they were like, oh no, that's in your head. Bullshit. I haven't gotten the flu vaccine in like so long, and I haven't had the flu. Last immunization was 2011. Stop getting jabbed. Stop getting sick. Yep. what they think will be predominant. Yeah, I didn't know that. But again, this was 10 years ago, 11 years ago, right around the same time, DJ. And you said I was nice and pissed. The doctor came in. I'm sure. The doctor came in when I went to pee, and when I got back, I didn't even see the doctor. I wanted to ask for albuterol. There's actually, apparently, they're switching up like what they're selling for albuterol. The asthma inhaler that I use, they're not selling anymore because apparently they didn't, choose to make more of that when they made a lot more of another one, and it was more cost effective for them. Like they don't already make money hand over fist. So now, like when I go to get my inhaler refilled, they're not going to have that one. So now I got to start on another one. And there are certain ones that I don't react well to. They really are. I mean, I know they say, oh, it's all the same. It's really not, because some of them deliver a harsher dose. Some of them are a little gentler in their delivery. And it hurts me. I can't take that much medicine at once. And I haven't had the flu shot, and we're dead sick. Last time we had the flu, my son had a tiny fever for a day. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have an inhaler. I wanted some for my nebulizer. Oh, I stockpile that. Because I had 1 year where my son needed the nebulizer medicine and nobody had it. And I was freaking out. I made my friend drive me a good 2 hours away because we tried so many different pharmacies and they were like, we don't have any. And I was calling ahead. I'm like, do you have that? No, we don't have that. Do you have that? We finally got one that was like right on the border of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And I was like, what the hell, man? And I think the only reason they had it was because nobody friggin' lived out there. So it was like, that was just by chance. And I got it and I brought it home and, he was fine. But after that, I was like, no. When they're like, do you have any scripts you want us to write? Yeah, I need this, and this. Well, for what? Just in case. Oh, but I don't care what your policies are. Are you paying for it? No, I'm paying for it. Well, the insurance might not cover it. I'm not asking about insurance. Just write the damn script and I will pick it up, because I'll be damned if I'm going to be stuck in this house, no delivery, no anything like we were, and not have money for not have medicine for my kids. The cash in my, wallet or the money in my account isn't doing me any good if my kids are struggling to breathe. I will spend every dime I have to make sure they're okay. But some people, I get, they don't go there. DJ, doctors aren't there to heal you. They're there to keep you on drugs. Absolutely. Keep you sick, turn a bigger profit. I could have cancer. I wouldn't go to the fucking doctor. It'll be the same today. I feel I can manage, but by noon, I'll feel dead. Yep. We had this for 3 days. This motherfucker gave us Tamiflu. Wow. Aren't you supposed to take the Tamiflu when it first hits? Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. I thought it was more like to get it in the first 24 to 48 hours. Yeah. See, I know my meds. I do a lot of research on meds before I give them to my kids. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. I didn't do any of the research when they were giving me pills. I was just taking the pills. I just wanted the pain to go away. And I wanted the depression to go away. And I wanted to not want to unalive myself every 5 minutes. And then come to find out everything they gave me was counter to what I wanted. It didn't take away the pain. It just focused it in one area. Or it made my brain so befuddled that I couldn't register that I was in pain. Or I couldn't communicate that I was in pain. They did it so that my depression went from being mildly depressed to constant severe depression. When I think of when Winning sat me down and said, let's go through everything, we went through 9 medicines that I was on daily, some twice a day. And every single one was not recommended for somebody with asthma, thyroid disease, or immune disease. And I have all 3. And they knew that. Another one of my antidepressants increased, the unaliving ideation. So it increased my chances of wanting to unalive myself. So we got off everything. It was like, throw that one out. This one affects your brain. You already have issues like with your brain. Why are you taking it? Well, for this. Is it that bad? No, put it on the side. It got down. I said this the last show. It got down to where I only take the thyroid med and the Inderal for the hand tremors because I need to be able to write. Even now, like my handwriting is nowhere near as pretty as it normally is. I love my handwriting. I have that Catholic school handwriting. So I earned this divot in my middle finger on my right hand where the pen leans. There's a permanent scar there from always writing. Because we had penmanship. It was a subject. None of these kids take penmanship. What do they take? Diversity? Well, I don't give a shit about diversity. You can't write your friggin' name. At least not in a way that I can understand it. So, yeah. But that's a huge peeve of mine. One day we're going to have a show just about education, and I am going to fucking go off. That might be a Rumble exclusive because I got a lot of shit to say about education. But yeah, DJ, I absolutely get it. I mean, the only reason that I really go to the doctors at this point is for wound care, and now I've learned to do my own. Because every time I go, they want to pump me full of all these different antibiotics and everything, and they're like, "Oh, well, you'll die without them." I wondered, will I? Can't you just, I don't know, treat the wound and let my body heal itself? Because a lot of these things, my body will attack. Will it take longer? Maybe. But I won't have all these chemicals running through me. God, they made me so sick in the hospital. Yeah, the nurse told me she wouldn't take it or give it to her kids, but the doctor prescribed it. Nope, won't happen. I agree. I absolutely get it, and can make you vomit. Oh yeah, they gave my son. Which one was it? It was amoxicillin, and I took him home, and he got the runs so bad. And they were like, "Oh yeah, no, you can't give him that one. We'll give you a different one." I was like, "What? Why can't, is he allergic to it?" They're like, "Oh, it's just too strong for his system." Then why did you prescribe it? He was little. I think he had to be 4, maybe 5. And they were like, "We'll just give you regular, I forget what else or maybe they gave him Augmentin." Yeah, that's what they did. They gave him the Augmentin, which I thought was weird to begin with, because they give that to me because it's amoxicillin with clavulanic acid. And I tend to have recurring tonsillitis my whole life. They will not take my tonsils out because they're like, "No, that's where the infection hits when you get really sick. It prevents it from going down into your lungs. It basically catches it there and it holds it there, and we can treat it there. It's just easier on your body." I can kind of understand that. So I went with it. I also didn't want to get a tonsillectomy because, ow. It'll change my voice. It'll change everything. So I get that it's a really strong penicillin. And his system couldn't take it. He just couldn't take it. So yeah, they put him on a very mild antibiotic, and I just wound up not giving it to him after 2 days because it wasn't making a difference. And he was fine. He's fine. He's 17 now. So, nothing happened to him. It wasn't the end of the world. And yeah, I want that too. And yeah, I got on meds. I just stayed dizzy all day long. Yep. DJ, the side effects of half of these damn drugs are unaliving ideations. Absolutely. And trust me when I tell you, I don't need help in that area. I don't need help to always want to do that. That thought is always in the back of my head. I've been there. I've done that. I don't need you pushing me toward the end of the cliff. I'm already on the cliff edge every day, all day, no matter what. So I really don't need that kind of a step up. Morning, Rabbit. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. TJ said I'm only on Rumble unless I'm co-hosting Rockin' Rabbit Holes on Sunday. Nice. New show with the wife is on Rumble as well as my channel. Ooh, you got me on Discord. Send me a link so I could check it out. And I could follow you because I don't know anybody's names on Rumble. It's terrible. Like, y'all went and changed your names and everything. And I'm like, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? At least I'm talking trash and truth everywhere. On Twitter, on Facebook, on Rumble, on YouTube, all over the place. It's the same. Not for you, but mainly for me because I can't remember to change it for anywhere. So I just keep it the same because it's easier for me. And he said, my little dude never gets sick hardly. So it was hard on all of us. He was scared and I had to pretend not to be. Oh, I had to pretend not to be. Yeah, I've been there, honey. It's hard. It's hard when you got to be strong for them and you just want to sit and cry. And you just, I've done the whole, you're going to be fine. Come on. We'll watch a movie. Go get your stuff together. Mommy's just going to go to the bathroom real quick. And I've locked myself in the bathroom and just hysterically broke down. And then you blow your nose, wipe your face, you wash it, you come out and you be like, okay, what are we doing? Because you got to be up for them. You got to be strong. You can't let them see that you're scared. And that takes so much energy, especially when you're sick too. Because there's nobody taking care of you. You're last. You are the low man on the totem pole, which is actually a misnomer because did you know that totem poles at the bottom is actually the most important? If you think about it, it does make sense. If you're the low man on the totem pole, you're carrying the weight of everybody else. Where they are is completely dependent on you and your ability to hold them up. You're the foundation. So really, when you say low man on the totem pole, you're the most important person. But for some reason, we use it the opposite way. Like saying you're a bottom feeder or whatever. It's the same thing with when people say, oh, the devil's in the details. That's not true. The saying is the divine or divinity is in the details. That's the actual saying, but it got bastardized and used as something else. See, like when I tell you my head is full of stupid information, this is the shit I'm talking about. DJ, I had UPPP many years ago. It was a mistake. Oh, Lord. Rabbit, again, how you doing? How you doing, lady? Love ya. And yeah, I'm definitely allergic to PCN due to my mom using one script for 4 to 5 kids. Oh, I remember those days. Everybody line up. We all just got the same damn medicine. Didn't matter. Me, my brothers and sisters. It was so funny. My daughter is 2 after the first time she took it. Yeah. I'm not allergic to a whole lot of things. I'm allergic to aspirin. Can you believe it? I mean, that's because I used to eat remember what were they called? St. Joseph's fruit flavored baby aspirin. They used to be in a glass bottle. Tons of them. And they were so good. They were so yummy. And I was little. I didn't know what the hell medicine was. So I used to just eat them. And now I'm allergic to aspirin. So if I ever go to have a heart attack, I'm fucked. If I need aspirin, forget it. Forget it. And the thing is, like, I have a blood clotting issue and I can't take anything for it. So it's just like, good luck. Matter of fact, wouldn't be a day without it.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
I know, Nick. I know. I lost my place. Everybody's saying hi to Rabbit. And he said, I want the same name, but Rumble won't let me change it. Rumble still has me as 2 accounts and it's in the same account and it drives me crazy. Like I'll get notifications, you have new followers. This one is following you. That one's but the numbers don't go up. Why? If I have new followers, unless they, unfollowed me the minute that they followed me, my number should go up, right? It's been days. I'm like, how long does it take you to process things? We're going to get into that though as well. Yeah, we're going to watch Home Alone and Home Alone 2. Aw, we started it at 1 a.m. and both fell asleep, but he was digging it. Yeah, sometimes you just got to go, yeah, this is great. Pause. I've done that to Winnie where he's like, you want to watch this? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, what'd you think? I don't know. I fell asleep. And he's like, I knew you fell asleep. Sorry. It was really good though, but I was just really tired. Just imagine, I was so relaxed that I fell asleep. He's like, whatever. I just can't get him that still. I used to. Shizzy Raid, what's up? Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Rabbit, some good news. Make-A-Wish granted my grant. Did they really? What did they grant her? That's amazing. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's terrible, the reason for it, but that's a wonderful thing. All right, well, now you got to tell us what the wish is. Mars, man, I want my mama to be here, and it was uncanny and clumsy because she pulled a card and said to call my mom if she was here and she was with me. If not, I just had I had just told my husband I wanted my mama, and then a person with her name came into her chat. Oh, I love when stuff like that happens. So I guess she's here, even if I can't see her. Of course she is. Honey, of course she is. Listen, when I'm sick, I'm just laying there going, Graham, because it's all I want. It's all I want. Look, I'm getting all teary for you. Yeah, don't ever think that they're gone. I don't believe anybody's ever gone. Oh man, I don't know what I'd do without Alka-Seltzer. That's how I found out that I was allergic, because I took Alka-Seltzer, and it wasn't a lifelong thing. I had taken Alka-Seltzer many, many times in my life. And then one day I was in my mother's house and I was coming down with something. She was like, oh, I'll get you Alka-Seltzer. So she gave it to me and I took it. The minute it hit my stomach, I projectile vomited and I didn't stop for like 2 hours. My body purged every drop of that Alka-Seltzer. And she was like, oh my God. And I told the doctor and he was like, oh God, you're allergic to aspirin now. I was like, what do you mean now? He was like, well, your body changes. He goes, you might not be allergic to it your whole life. You could, if you don't encounter it, your body will change and you just won't be allergic to it one day. He was like, I'm not guaranteeing anything, but it does happen. And I was like, all right, I'm hoping. I haven't had any, I've made sure I haven't touched it in at least 15 years. So I'm like, if I have to take it later on in life, maybe it'll be okay. So that's my hope. DJ's allergic to tree nuts. I wish I was just allergic to people nuts. People crave like crazy people, not like nuts because I like those, but like nutty people. That's what I'm allergic to. I swear to God, I'm allergic to nutty people. My son was supposedly allergic to peanuts. And the doctor was like, you mean tell me in 16, 17 years he hasn't had any kind of reaction to nothing, no cross-contamination exposure? I was like, apparently not. He was like, yeah, then he's not allergic anymore. I was like, well, that's nice of you to say, but I'm not going to take the risk. So it makes me feel a little better to think that he's not peanut allergic anymore. But do I think he probably is? And do I want to take the risk? No, absolutely not. And you, Rabbit, love that about your granddaughter. That's some good news. We're trying to let her enjoy the time that's left. Absolutely. She said, you caught me, Shizzy. Ah, that's so cute. That's all right. Everybody's welcome to hang out all over the place. God, sometimes I have 8 different streams running in the background. I just go chat to chat to chat. And they're like, oh, I said this to you. You didn't answer. I'm like, fuck, I wasn't here that minute. Like, technically I was here, but I was over in another chat. You know, you each get your time. I don't like to leave anybody out. It's a people pleaser thing. It is. Let's just face it. I'm not sure she wants to go to the Conjuring house. Oh my goodness. That's awesome. Oh, she sounds cool. Well, I wish her the best time. I hope she enjoys it. I hope everybody gets to, like, really make a big deal out of it, really make it memorable and get some really good memories out of it to hold on to later. That's amazing, Rabbit. I'm so happy for you, like, that she gets to do that. I mean, yeah, every little point of light in the dark, you got to look for them. DJ said, my father and grandfather Stones both say the same thing. As long as I'm remembered, I am never gone. It's true. It's true. That's the one thing that I worry about. I'm like, when I die, like, is anybody going to remember me? It gets to you. I don't know what I want to be remembered for. I guess I just want to be remembered for being the mama. That's basically what I want. Well, and I couldn't be here. You're not nuts. Not at all. You're quirky. I like that. I did that. I'm all teary. Allergic to psychos too. Yeah, well, I mean, now see, I'm allergic to weird people. I'm not allergic to psychos, because if I was, I'd be allergic to myself. So that's an issue. I hate when you hate when you get misty, but you don't cry. But you get everything that goes with it. So now, like, I'm all stuffed up. I like that, DJ. That's how we live forever. Our kids and our grandbabies. Yeah. And our friends. I want my friends to look back and be like, yo, I knew this girl. Her name was Michelle. And she was crazy. She did shit. She had a mouth on her. But, she was always there. She always had my back. She would jump into a fight. She'd defend, whatever. Or she'd kick back and have a beer with you or whatever. Like, that's how I want to be remembered. Flat-chested, welcome. Howdy, Shelly, here from Shizzy Wisna. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, babe. Come in, pull up a seat, get some coffee, and just chill. We have a lot of potty mouths around here, so, yeah. But we're a good crew. Wolfram. If I knew that having grandkids was so much fun, I would have had them first. You know what's so fun? When you get to give them back. Like, I love babies, but I especially love the babies that I get to give back when they start crying. Unfortunately, I'm really good with babies, so when they cry, the mother usually goes, Shell, here. I'm like, great, thanks. DJ, you could be famous or infamous. I want to be both. I don't want to be famous. I want to be famous in my crew. Like, I'm the queen, bitch. I'm the queen, bitch. There you go. But like in my town, I have nicknames that they know me by. They don't know me by Shelly or whatever. Like, some people do. But like, for the most part, they used to they'd be like, you know Michelle. And they're like, who? Mitch the bitch, Mitch the psycho bitch. Like, that's my name. Mitch the voodoo bitch. They call me that. And that's usually like, they'll refer back to that. And I'm like, yeah, I was that in like my teenage and 20 years. Like, I haven't been that in a long time. They're like, yeah, bullshit. Well, you just don't think you are, but you are. I'm like, all right, whatever. Rabbit, I don't want to be remembered. I want to leave quietly with no fuss. No, you get to be remembered. You are the queen of Kansas, girl. So, chat goes wild when you show up. I mean, come on. You'll be remembered, Rabbit. You always will. You're too sweet not to be. And my husband begs to differ. This is a chill place to hang out. Yes, it really is. Just we talk about everything. You will, if you hang out here, you're gonna laugh, you're gonna cry, you're gonna share things that you're like, I can't believe I'm telling these people this. Like, there's nothing that's taboo to talk about in here, and there's nobody that's gonna ever disrespect you. I don't like to say it's a safe place because that terminology pisses me off. But yeah, no, it is. This is a place where you just come and you just chill, and we delve into all sorts of things. I think I'm going to start the Lilith talk next week. I'm going to get into the whole lore of it because I've been really brushing up on all the different stories and everything. And I came across this Adam and Eve interpretation from this Jewish rabbi that really just, I was like, wow. Like I had never seen it from that perspective. I never saw that spin. And most of like the religious stuff that we get into, it's all interpretation. And his interpretation was really new to me. And it struck me, and I can't get it out of my head. So I think next week will be that kind of thing. Hopefully next week won't be as crazy as this week. And I'll, have a better voice because this nasally thing I got going on is annoying. It's annoying because I could easily be Fran Drescher like nothing. Like, oh my God, this is Sheffield. Like, I don't even have to put the effort in. I have to put the effort in to sound more like me. I have to drop my voice even more than normal so that I don't sound like the nanny or like Janice from Friends. Teenagers are the devil to raise. But after they have babies, it gets better, thank goodness. Well, because now the world's not just about them. Teenagers, they think the world revolves around them. They know everything. Then they have a kid and it's like, oh, I don't know shit. I don't know nothing. Some of them don't grow up, but most of the ones that I've seen, yeah, they get that kick in the ass and it does wonders for them. Flat said, thanks for having me. Glad to be here. Absolutely. We are a very welcoming crew. Well, from Too Late at Rabbit, you're loved and adored here. Here. I second that emotion. DJ, my high school has a wall of veterans. I'm there. Yeah. We're very good to our veterans here. I've always grew up with a very high amount of respect and reverence for anybody who's ever served. And the only one that I don't do that for is my father, because, jackass shot himself in the foot and got a dishonorable discharge because he's a pussy. But, well, he's dead now, so now he's just decaying. He's worm food. Happily. He's not, actually. I think they cremated him. I don't know. My mother asked me one day, she was like, did you ever, find out what they did with his butt? Nope. Do you want to know? Nope. Well, what if they buried him? Do you want to go visit? Nope. Not unless I could pee on his grave. Nope. 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 That's a hard line for me. Flat said, all my kids are in their 30s, no grandbabies yet. Aw. That's all right. My daughter is 28, and she already told me she's never given me grandbabies. She's like, I'm way too selfish to have kids. I'm like, it's good that you know that, but you're going to be very lonely. Very lonely. My son's like, I'm not going to be like my father's. I'm not having kids until I know that person is who I want to be with, because I'm going to be there. I don't want some crazy chick having my kids. I'm like, first of all, I don't really love that you put it all on the woman, because hello, have you met your mother? He's like, Ma, you're crazy. He's like, they suck, but you're crazy. It's like, but you're a great mom. He was like, but as a person, you're crazy. I'm like, all right, thanks. So, I mean, that's my son's opinion of me. And you know what? Fuck it. I'll take it. DJ Nitro Blue. Funny how as we get older, we start looking at religion through the years of experience and wisdom. Shit looks different now than it did 30 years ago. I look at religion different now than I did even 5 years ago. I mean, when I hit 40, I did start really getting into like history and religion and everything else because I realized there was so much out there I was taught wrong. I was taught a lot of wrong stuff and it bothered me. And I don't like not knowing the truth. I don't like not knowing the facts because if you want to have a conversation, I don't want to come at you with false information. I want to be able to stand my ground and say, no, I want to be sure and confident in what I'm talking about. And I just got into it. And there was, I mean, I always had this fascination with all the different religions because I love stories. That's how you hook me. If you got a good story, I will sit there and listen to you for hours and not say, I'll just be enthralled. That's what I like. I like stories. And because I was an English major, I love to rip those stories apart and get into them and read between the lines and get all these different interpretations and viewpoints and let them like just germinate in my head and they just run around. And I love to discuss stuff like that. And there was never anybody in my life that I could do that with before. You know, like my friends were very vapid. Like, they were very like, oh my God, I got to go to the salon. Like, I was never like that. I've always been very down to earth, very like natural, very like, yeah, I like getting my nails done, but just that's about it. Like, I'll get a manicure, I'll get a pedicure, but I'm not going for like $300-400 at the salon every month. Fuck you, I got kids. Like, you know, I'd rather spend the money on them. I'd rather, you know, I don't know, pay rent. Like, it's just, you know, I have priorities. You know, getting waxed, that ain't one of them. I could do that myself. I've taught myself how to do most of my beauty regimens. Like, I have the wax melter that I could, you know, wax whatever myself. There's certain things I don't try that I will hire out for. But like for everyday stuff, no, I'll do it myself. Even like the nail shellac, like, you know, the ones where they put your hand under the UV light, I own that. It cost me like $10. To get my manicure done that way, it would cost me $35. So I saved a lot of money buying the machine. I just do it myself. Do they always look amazing? I want to be humble and say, no, sometimes I sure not. But no, I do a really good job. I just don't do it right now because my hands shake. So now my nails are all natural. But yeah, no, a lot of things are different. Things matter to me now that never mattered to me before. And religion is one of them. Like, I want to know all that's out there. You know, I want to know how people think. I want to know, like, what's your belief system? Like, what drives that? What's behind that? What's keeping you there? Like, how do you justify this? I have 1,000,001 questions. So, like, if you were to, like, put me in a room with, like, say, Joe or, oh my God, my dream, Joe's dad, greater logic. Oh, forget it. I would, that's my like dream thing, to just, nobody has to be privy to it. I just want to sit and just bombard him with questions and just be like, just tell me stories. Just tell me stories. Like, what about this? Did you live through this? What was this like? And because that's what I grew up doing. I grew up sitting next to my grandmother at the kitchen table. People would come over and they would just shoot the shit. And it was this one's memory and that story and that story. And that's what I grew up on. That's what I live on. And I do that. That's my favorite thing in the world, is when somebody's got stories. And if they don't, it's all right. Boo. I got plenty. I will keep that conversation going. I will make it spark into something. Because let's face it, I might only be 49 at this point. I'm going to be 50 in a couple months. But I have lived a life. I have done it all. I have been all over the place in the US. You know, I've done shit that other people are like, no, you did not. You sure did. I sure did. Sure did. You know, because, you know, I had fun. I had fun and I was reckless. And there's something to be said for having a death wish most of your life. You actually do live life like every day is your last. And that's how I used to live. I was never home. This YouTube thing, until I got sick, would have never been possible. Not for me, not unless it was going to be the roving mouthy mama, because I was never home. It was just, come on, kids, we got to go. You know, or they're doing something, be like, all right, I got to go. I'm going out with, Rachel, we're going here, we're going there. We're going to go find a store that, we never found before. We're going to go get lost. That's my favorite thing. Get in the car and go. Turn off anything, just drive in that direction and keep going. And let's see what we find. I love adventures. Love adventures. They don't have to be crazy. They don't have to cost anything. I don't need expensive shit. Just a car ride. Inya. I'm sure they get better even without babies. My daughter and my relationship is so much better than when she was 16, 17. Oh, yeah. Katie and I are much better now than we were 10 years ago. Oh, I couldn't stand her as a teenager. And she wasn't bad, but just the tone. Lord. You know how many times I wanted to put her head through a wall because she would just answer me and I'd be like, I did not get stretch marks for you to talk to me like that. It's like, just that know-it-all kind of snippiness. And Katie's super sweet. And it just used to get on my fucking nerves. 2 days ago, I became a great-great-grandma. Oh my God, congratulations, Rabbit. Jeez, you are aptly named because the multiplication that happens around you is like astonishing. I'm envious. You have a huge family, and I just, I got nobody left. I got my kids and my mother. Woohoo. Whee. It's like saying, yeah, I sifted through, all this and I wound up with 2 good things and another bunch of garbage. Like, that's what I wound up with. I wanted a big family. You have a big family. I'm so envious of that. Not jealous, but I'm envious. I think it's amazing. I think it's great. So congratulations. Was it a boy, girl? What do you got going here? Everybody's saying congratulations. Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. I'm so glad we got a little good news in here for once. DJ said, I retired in 11, feels like forever ago. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you figure I haven't been back to work in a year and a half. I resigned a year and a half ago. And I feel like I haven't worked, like I haven't been there in decades. And they keep in touch and everybody, I'll get text, I don't answer them, but I get text messages like, miss you. Like, it's not the same without you. And no shit. God forbid you get somebody who actually works. T-Rex said, well, I'm back awake. I'm back awake now, sad. Are you sad because you're awake, or are you awake and now you're sad? Because if you're awake and now you're sad, bite me. We didn't do anything to make you sad. Why? What happened now? My oldest step great granddaughter and her husband. Welcome to son. Aw, welcome to that baby boy. Many blessings on him. May God bless him and keep him. And it's so great, honey. I'm glad. See, and I tend to be of the belief that there's always an exchange, even if they don't know each other. Like, I don't think God ever leaves you completely bereft. Like, if he knows you're about to have a loss, he'll invite something of not a bonus, but some kind of boon to keep you afloat, to keep you going. And that's always been in my life. I've always seen that exchange happen in a very short amount of time. When my dad passed, it just so happened that he passed, at 34 out of nowhere. It just, like I said, he was sitting on the toilet and then boom, he was gone. Never sick, nothing. And we had somebody who worked in the gas station. His name was Felipe. And he had his wife, Anna. They had been trying in the entire time I knew them, which I'd known him over 10 years. And my whole life, it felt like they were always trying to have a baby, always trying to have a baby. And she could not get pregnant. And daddy passed away. And Felipe came to the memorial service, to the wake. And he was crying, and I heard him talking to my uncle, and my uncle was saying, no, don't feel that way. That's great. It's amazing. And he found out the same day that my dad died, they found out that she was pregnant. And he didn't want to tell anybody because he didn't want to have happy news at such a somber time. And I went up to him and I was like, he's going to have a baby. I was 13. And I was so happy for him. And I remember hugging him and crying and being like, you know what? Like, I saw it as like, think of it as like daddy's gift. It's fine. You know, we're here for it. Like, we can't wait. And he did. He had a boy. And it was such a huge experience for me. Like, it just made me feel like, all right, God, I see you. Like, you take one, you give one, you give one, you take one. But you always make sure that there's that balance. And that kid grew up great. And it's, you know, that's the only kid they ever had. They kept trying, but that's the only one they ever had. And he even said, he goes, I felt like, you know, like, I mean, he was close to my dad. He worked with my dad for years and years. And daddy was always good to him. He didn't put him down like my uncle did or whatever. You know, he taught him, even though he had broken English and everything, he taught him as much as he could as far as, you know, like mechanics. And he made him a really, really good mechanic. So he would always get a good job no matter what happened. And so he felt like he owed my dad a lot. And he felt bad that he had this great news and he was so happy at this horrible time. And I was like, no, absolutely not. Because daddy wouldn't want you to. He wouldn't want you to be sad. You know, it happened. You know, he always wanted you to be that. That's one of the things he loved most in life was being a dad. So why would he not be thrilled for you? You know, he always wanted that for you. And I mean, that's how I felt. And that's how I still feel. I think God gives and takes in equal measure. He goes, I'm sorry, you know, you have to lose this, but look at what I'm giving you, you know, as well. It's not all bad. You know, you got to keep going. You got to keep your head up. Every time I take something, I will always give you another reason to go on. It won't be the same. It's not an exchange. It's not a replacement. It's just me telling you life goes on and you have a reason to be here. There's still happiness to be had. And maybe that's what you're getting. I'm making myself all friggin' emotional. DJ said like it was a totally different version of me, the sailor. I'm a different person now. Lack of booze makes a big difference. Oh yeah, they cutting out that booze. That's a bitch, ain't it? It's amazing the person you find underneath all the alcohol. I used to love when my ex-husband was sober. Oh, he was so good to talk to and joke with, and we would stay up all night like singing songs together and whatever. But man, the minute that alcohol hit his system, I was the devil. And I was just his punching bag. And he chooses not to remember any of that. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, okay. I'm missing teeth for no reason. Okay, like whatever. And yeah, I didn't want kids either, but I changed my mind. Then my first passed away long time ago. Yeah. And I needed my daughter, I think. My youngest son was such a shock because my only tube was tied. Oh, I mean, yeah, girl, you've been through it. I mean, I feel you. I really do. There's nothing worse than losing a little one. Nothing, because it's not natural. 200 years ago, it was perfectly natural. You know, like that was part of their everyday life. But then, you know, medicine got us to the point where we got used to keeping our kids. You know, like, I can't imagine that's why they had so many sometimes, because they knew that the chances of them all making it to adulthood or even making it to year 3, it was risky. It was dicey. There was more likely to be taken by disease or malnutrition or whatever, because you just didn't know. And crib death was always a huge thing. They never knew what that was. They used to blame that on Lilith. That's one of the stories that I can't wait to get into. The origin of the lullaby. Because lullabies were meant to be an incantation song to ward off Lilith so that your baby would make it through the night. Same way, who else grew up with in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit? Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. What a hellish thought to put into somebody's head before they go to sleep. I have been saying that since I was, and then one day I was saying it as an adult, and I was like, wait a minute. All right. I was like, God, I know you're listening, but yeah, let's not take me in the middle of the night. How about that? Like, how about you can have my soul whenever I go, but I want to see your ass in the morning. Like, I want to be able to wake up and be like, hey, what's up? It's time to start the day. I got upset. I never said it after that. I was like, what a hellish thing to put into a little kid's head. And I used to say it all the time. I could have started to show toddlers and teenagers. Oh my goodness. Well, that's like Lady Awesome. She's got the grown kids, she's got the middle kid, and then she's got the 4-year-old twins. It's like, damn, girl, like you never wanted to see the end of that tunnel. And the thing is, like, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it is a friggin' oncoming train, because I just want babies. I would have tons of babies. I would love it. I would have had a baby a year, easy. I would have had so many sets of Irish twins. And I'm not even Irish. It doesn't matter. My kids probably would have been like 10 months apart, 10 months apart, 10 months apart. Because I am fertile myrtle. Let's face it. I mean, you look at me, I get pregnant. But it's just, I wound up with people who made sure that, I didn't always get to see that baby. C-section baby, have always marched to my own drummer. Always been out of step with the world. Oh, that's my son too. I'm always like, you know what? You are the way you are because you didn't have the trauma getting squeezed out and then like catapulted across the room like Katie did. And he's just like, no, he came out so pretty. C-section babies are so pretty because their heads are round. They're not cone shaped like, when you have a regular vaginal birth. It squeezes their melons, so they get like this weird like cone, and then like everything settles. You hope, because oh god, I cried when Katie was born. I was like, oh god, she's so ugly. She looks like a monkey. She looks like Miguel. I was so upset. But Connor came out, and I couldn't feel anything from the chin down. But they brought him over to me, and I looked, and I was just like, oh. That was it. I looked at him. The first words out of my mouth was, oh my God, I love you. Nobody's ever going to love you like mommy, and nobody's ever going to be good enough for you. And I say that to him now, and he's just like, He's like, I know. Nobody's ever going to be good enough for me. I'm like, just remember, you remind those bitches when they meet me that that's what I think. I don't care how good of a face they come at me with. They ain't going to be good enough. So I never got testy when when guys' mothers would meet me. They'd be like, oh, my mom probably won't like you. I'm like, right. They like me more than they like you. Did you see the Jewish tunnel thing? Yeah, I'm going to get into that too. T-Rex, can you not sleep? I love him. I need him on there once a week. Absolutely. You were raised by Darwin, DJ? All right. I mean, there are worse things. Although I know I'm behind in chat. I'll catch up. Always thought I would travel the world after I retired, then the world went to hell. Yeah. I mean, I always thought that, I would be able to do like all these things. And then I went and got jibby jabbed, and I wound up, I couldn't do anything. I've never been still in my life. Ever. Never stayed in one place, never sat still. I was always on the go. Go. And now all of a sudden I'm stuck in a chair and I'm like, you got to be kidding me, because I want to go. And my body's like, no. And I push it. I do. I push it and I hurt myself all the time and I wear myself out. And I know people think that I don't like do much of anything. No, I try. I push myself or whatever. And then I get to the point where I'm like, oh, fuck it. Because I'm just so drained. I was that way, but my husband is more of a homebody. Now I embrace it, maybe to my detriment. I do want somebody who likes to be home at time. I don't want somebody who wants to go out all the time. I want somebody who wants to sit on the couch with me and watch a movie. I want somebody who wants to lay in bed all day Sunday and just bullshit and talk and like, we'll just eat in bed and we'll just fuck all day. And like, that's what I want. I want somebody who's going to sit there and watch the football game from bed. Like, just be there, just be here naked and cuddle with me and we good to go. We don't even have to be naked. If you're afraid to get like, whatever, kids are going to walk in, we could just under the covers. And then at some point, if we're sitting there just chilling in our PJs, everybody comes in, just pile in, sit on the floor, sit at the foot of the bed, sit on the bed, whatever. Cats, dogs, kids, whatever. Everybody's welcome to sit and have a powwow and watch whatever. That's what I like. I don't like pomp and frills and stuff like that. I like just hanging out. I like everybody to feel comfortable. I never had fancy stuff in my house. Everybody that comes to my house would be like, this is where you go to just sit back and it's like your home. It's like you're in your own home and you could do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want and just be comfortable. That's what I want. I don't want anybody to ever be uncomfortable in my house or even in my presence. I don't like to make people uncomfortable. If I don't like you, oh, the hell yeah. I will sit there and watch you squirm and giggle my ass off. But it's very rare that I don't like people. I dislike people. I dislike you before I like you because I have to observe you. So I can't be biased. So I look at you with a real hard edge. But then once I like you, you know it. Because I'm not friendly to the people I don't like. I can be cordial, but I'm not like, hey, girl, oh, I love you so much. I don't say that shit, just to say it. I mean it. I don't think love is that hard to do. I love a lot of people. Love is the one thing I have in abundance, that and anger. So I have those two things. I don't find it hard to love people at all. It's probably the easiest thing that I do. I probably do it too much. And I probably give it to people who maybe don't deserve it. But I don't believe that you have to earn love. I think just your existence means you should be lovable. Somebody's got to love you. And I don't mind being that person. You don't have to love me back. It's okay. I'm not everybody's cuppa. But yeah, love, it doesn't cost me anything to love people. It really doesn't. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. When I was younger, the end of a relationship was the end of the world. I'm at a point in my life where, is it going to hurt? God, yeah, it's going to break my heart. But I existed before you just fine. I'll exist after you. And I will cherish every moment that we had together. That's what I like to take away. Even with certain people that I can't fucking stand, I have good memories. I do. And I really cherish those good memories. It's just, they're tainted now. So I have dirty, happy memories, whatever. There's a couple different layers to that, but it's there. But I don't wish any ill on anybody. Even if I say it, like if I spout off the mouth, that's momentary. That's nothing. Les, I know you've been here for a couple minutes. I am so sorry. I am very, very behind in chat. Because I haven't talked about any of the things that I wanted to yet, and we've already gone an hour. So here we go. Congrats on the new addition to your family. If he goes back to sleep, I may nap. And yet, if you can catch some sleep, having a sick kid is like having a newborn. You sleep when they sleep. So, girl, get your rest. Rabbit, my girl wants to stay alive to see her new sister born in February. Aww. Oh, that's so sweet. Well, we'll make sure we'll all put our prayers in. I pray for you every day, Rabbit. Every day. I'm pretty sure at this point, God is like, I get it. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of us do. You mean a lot to us, and by extension, so does she. So I hope she gets her wish, along with, her make-a-wish. I hope she gets her baby sister wish to get to see the baby, because that would be amazing. That's a memory you want. That's a picture you definitely want. Saying my oldest set of twins will be 18 now. See, I didn't even get there, and I knew I was right. See, flat-chested. My uncle Jailbird Joey was a bad alcoholic most of his life. Then one day he just gave it up and died 3 months later. Sometimes when they're that way their whole life, the body don't know how to run on anything other than that. That's like trying to put diesel in your, gas-powered car. Like, it's just not going to work. I'm sorry that, he only lasted 3 months. I am. But I'm sure you have some really good memories with him. But just calling him Jailbird Joey, it's like, what the hell? I love it. That prayer originated during the Black Plague, and yet it's still here. And I didn't know that, Wolfram. See, now I got to look into that. I never even thought to look into that prayer. That's another. See, I'm glad you said that, because now that's another area I get to go and delve into. Because while I went into stories, I never actually went into the whole backstory of certain prayers. That might be interesting. I mean, it'll definitely be interesting, at least to me. I don't know if you guys will be into it, but I will. My only one was stillborn. So I'm thankful my husband shared his children with me. Oh, Rabbit. See, I don't see kids or family as blood. I don't think that determines it at all. When I say my brothers and sisters, they're all step brothers and sisters. All of them. I have one half brother who I always thought was my cousin, because that's what they told me. That's what they told him too, until one day we were like, hey, we look ridiculous. You look just like my father. You don't look a goddamn thing like your father. Like, my father and his brother Michael look like Laurel and Hardy. And my father was Hardy. Mikey, my cousin / brother, looks exactly like my father, but his sister Melissa looks exactly like my father, my father's brother. So it started, and we started asking questions, and he doesn't want to take a test because he doesn't want to know because it'll be too real for him. But the fact that we're so much alike it's a little weird. The only differences in us is, that we grew up apart after a certain amount of time. But we've always had this weird connection that we couldn't explain. It wasn't a cousin connection. We were like fused at the hip when we were little. So I don't think that blood has anything to do with it, because he's my blood, and I don't think of him as my brother. I still think of him as my cousin. But yet, my mother's husband's kids, those are my brothers and sisters. They drive me crazy, but they're my brothers and sisters. So I feel you. My children were the best gift I ever got. Yep. Rabbit said my youngest was a baby when I got her, and she's now 50. Oh, she's my age. Lydia, awesome. That's how it is at my parents. Me, my sister, my older sister, we pile on my mother's bedroom, watch TV, and eat snacks. Yep, she always has chocolate-covered raisins or popcorn. Oh, don't let Winnie hear that. And he's like, corn. It's all corn. The other day he was talking to me and I was eating popcorn and I didn't tell him because I was like, nah, he's going to yell at me. He's going to be like, how could you? Like, I just really wanted popcorn. I was like, let me not say nothing. He wants Roblox, not mom. Yeah, I know. Hey, Puffer, what's up? Good to see you too, babe. Welcome, welcome. Happy Wacky Wednesday. Guess he feels better. There you go. There you go. I always used to say when my kids got sick, I'd be like, oh, I hate to see them like this. And then they'd start to annoy me. And I'm like, fuck, you feel better, don't you? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, I'm glad you feel better, but do you have to be annoying now? It's just like, Mom, I want this. Yes, I didn't. You come on. I love popcorn and Raisinets mixed. Yep. I used to throw M&Ms in my popcorn. Or I would take the caramel topping for ice cream and just drizzle it on, and then a little bit of extra like sea salt, and mix it up, and you got that salty, like sweet. Oh, it's so good. So good, but it's so sticky. I don't like the hard caramel popcorn because it hurts my teeth. And it breaks my teeth, believe it or not. I've broken 2 teeth on Cracker Jack. So stupid. I will not eat Cracker Jack anymore, ever. And I loved it, but I won't. Because it's just, I have that fear now, like I'm going to break a tooth. I'm so glad I'm not working today, but I hope they're managing. Ugh, don't think about it. Don't think about it. I really need to heal. You know what? Screw it. I don't care how much they say they love you at the job. You're irreplaceable. You're always replaceable. Take care of you. Because to your family and to us, you are not replaceable. Girl, fuck that job. I quit, came back under conditions, and my boss docked my pay because I'm working less hours. It wasn't discussed, so I'm not too happy anyhow. Oh, that's some bullshit. T3, Rabbit said, T3, that's why I can adopt you. Shizzy, Wisnut, and the rest. I feel like you have adopted us. I do, and I feel like we adopted you right back. Because you're our rabbit. We are very territorial when it comes to you, girl. Very territorial. You are ours. I don't want to hear nothing about it. I always thought it was nice to open doors for women, but this lady just screamed and fell out of the plane. You don't even have to open the door on planes. Just give it a couple minutes and it'll fall off on its own, and she'll just fall out that way. And he said, every time you guys make me laugh, my head wants to explode, but it's worth it. Oh, I know. Hey, Shiz, what's up? I know I'm way behind. Oh, I'm only like 3 minutes behind. Woo! Came by to hit that like button. Thank you very kindly, dear sir. I was in your chat. I was sitting there this morning. I only said one thing, food chain. And then Expert came in and it was like I didn't even exist. So I was like, I'll just sit here. Because, you know, birds aren't real and all that kind of stuff. Lady said, so to hell with it. So to hell with worrying what's happening when you're not working, your healing is more important. Absolutely. That's what I said. Okay. So just saying, I do watch your show, but I don't fit in all the chats. You don't fit in all chats, huh? Lady also, she's prepping. What are you prepping for? For the storms and stuff? I'm trying to. Oh, where you're at, you're supposed to get like a lot of thunderstorms and possible tornadoes, right? How are you doing with flooding? I hope it's not bad where you're at. I'm so sorry I missed you. Chat was busy this morning. Love them. Oh no, honey, it's fine. I literally only said food chain because you were like, I don't know what that thing is where this one eats that one and that one eats that one and that one eats that one. I was gonna be a pain in the ass and be like, this one eating that one, that equals a good time, but I was like, nah, food chain. It was too early. It was way too early. I was like, well, let me not go there this early in the fucking morning. Yeah, the weather here has been insane. Like, first they told us we were going to get slammed with snow, and I'm like, okay, it's January. What's the big deal? Like, we always get slammed with snow. Nothing. We got rain. And then they're like, oh, flood warnings. I'm like, flood warnings in the middle of winter. That's just great. Everybody was like talking about climate change and da-da-da. I mean, I don't see a difference. I remember summers as a kid. It was hot. I think it was hotter when I was a kid than it is now. And they're like, oh, the temperatures are going up. Really? Because I don't know, maybe my blood's getting thinner and I'm not feeling it. But I think it was hotter when I was a kid. I think the winters were worse when I was a kid. And I had to go to school in all that snow. I went to Catholic school. They didn't close for shit. They never closed. I would sit there and watch that damn scroll bar on the friggin' the news and be like, come on, Hoboken. Never. My girl would be like, gotta go to school. And they didn't even drive me to school. They were like, well, you better start early. Shove me out the door like 15 minutes early because it's going to take you longer to get there since you're walking. Great. Great. They never closed. And then like my kids started going, Katie started going to school, and it was like, I had to have the job that coincided with her schedule. Because if she had the day off, I needed to be home. She was little. So like for a while I didn't work. I just sold everything that I had. And then I did the phone sex thing so that when she was at school, I was doing something else, or I was up at night doing that to pay rent. And it wasn't my finest hour, but it was damn good money. And I got to stay home and be here whenever she needed me to be. I didn't have to get daycare. I didn't have to scramble when they canceled school. You know, if she got sick at school, I could go pick her up, bring her home, and be fine. You know, that was great. When Connor started school, I started working in the school so that I would have his schedule. If he had days off, I had days off. If he got a sick day, I got a sick day. You know, I didn't care. I started when he started. I finished when he finished. It was more cost effective for me. Did I make a lot of money? No, we're poor as hell. We're still poor as hell. But I was there for them. And I didn't have strangers raising my kid. And that's what I wanted. So if I had to sacrifice and, you know, wear a $5 t-shirt, then I wore a $5 t-shirt. And if they could sell it to me for $1, that's what I'd pay for it. And I didn't give a shit. Brand never meant anything to me. Names, nothing. That's not what I view my status on. I am me. What I put on me doesn't change anything. It doesn't. It doesn't mean shit. It's fabric. That's all it is. I don't have to wear somebody else's name for me to feel better about myself. I feel better about me because I'm me. And that's what it comes down to. And you said buses wouldn't run, but only farm ranch kids rode the bus. And the ones of us in town would have to walk in the blizzard. Yes. We had a blizzard when I was in school when the blizzard hit. And they were like, oh, you know, it's really coming down. All right. About 1 o'clock, they sent us home. And they were like, all right, so we're closing school for the day. Y'all go home. Open up the door to leave. There's like a foot of freaking snow outside, and it is wild. And I'm in a skirt. Sorry, really? Really? And my friends all came back to my house. Our legs were red from the wind and the cold. Like we all had it was like chicken skin because it was so cold that our skin was like literally like just doing whatever it could to just keep the circulation going. And we got to the house and all we did was just sitting there, like all of us on the floor, like with the shoes by the door, making a huge puddle for my mother. And we're just rubbing our knees and our calves like, oh my God, I can't feel anything. And my mother came home and she was like, guys, make sure you don't rub your skin off. You can't feel it. And a couple of the girls had like big scratches because they didn't realize they couldn't feel it. And they're like, oh my God, I'm bleeding. It's like, okay, we won't do that again. After that, we learned, you know, to like stand near the heat, but not like sit on the heat. Because it was just like, oh my God, somebody dethaw me. Like defrost me. Snow days were rare when I grew up in Northeast Pennsylvania. Really? Getting a snow day, yeah, but we had tons of snow. Tons and tons of snow. DJ bouncing out, check your Discord, chat with you later. All right, babe, thank you. Love you. And I hope, you keep on trucking, like keep doing what you do with that velvety voice of yours. Lady Awesome, have a great rest of your day. Yeah, we walked to school uphill both ways. All right, but you got to admit, it felt that way. I mean, did your parents take you to school? My parents never took me to school. My grandparents never took. My grandma was like, "You're old enough, walk." And I think I was old enough when I was 7. And we didn't tell my mother for years that I was walking to school. I think it was 5th or 6th grade when she was like, I think you should start walking to school by yourself. And my grandmother outright laughed. And she was like, "What?" And she said, "I've had her walking to school since 1st grade." And she was like, "What?" And she was like, "Anything gonna happen to her?" She was like, "She's fine. Calm down. You nervous Nelly." She's like, "I know how to raise kids," which I would agree with, but I would also disagree because look at my mother. She raised her and my mother didn't turn out at all like I did. She is the softest friggin' most, "Oh no, I can't do it. I need my husband" kind of girl in the world. And I look at her and I'm like, "God, you make me so sick." And I'll tell her that. I'm like, "How can you be like that?" She's like, "What? You need this. He does all these things." I don't want that kind of relationship. I want, an equal, mutual thing. Do I want him to be like, "Oh, let me do this for you?" Yes. But do I want to sit there and go, "I can't do anything because I'm this weak, brainless type thing"? No. And that's the tack that my mother takes. That's her shtick in life. I can't do that. I just can't. I have way too much personality to take a back seat every single second of the day. I just can't. But for real, we walked through a sunken baseball field, so it was up both ways. Ours was the curbs in Hoboken. Unless you knew what the street looked like before it snowed, you didn't know if there was a curb there or not. So you just be walking, la 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 la, la, right? Have a good 6-inch drop. And that 6-inch drop will land you on your ass every single time. And what's coming at you? A big old truck. So it's just like, oh my God. It was dangerous. See, when I laugh, ugh. But yeah, no, it was dangerous. We took our life in our hands when we did that stuff. T-Rex, but I survived, so whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Oh God. I want to have kids someday. Is it possible to have baby fever as a guy? Yeah, it is. Because I'm kind of feeling that way lately. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Just don't do it. You're a dude, you're just starting out in life. You really need to get out and have fun and have experience and build a nest egg. Don't have kids until you have the money to have kids. Because even if you set yourself up lovely and have a ton of money to help you, you're still gonna struggle. Those little fuckers are expensive. You have no idea how expensive they are because it's just, they're just, I think they're so much more expensive now than they were when I was growing up. I didn't need a lot of resources. Or maybe I needed them and I didn't get them, but I don't think it cost much to raise me. It cost my grandmother a lot because she decided she wanted me to go to private school. She wanted me to go to church every week. And I know that sounds weird, but if you're Catholic and you go to church every week, you got to put money in that envelope. It gets pricey. She used to put $5 a week every week for me. From the moment my mother found out she was pregnant, she put $5 a week in that envelope for me until I hit, I think, about 18. And then she upped it to like $10 a week. So it was so weird. And it was just like, why would you give them all this money? Never mind, she had, now if you open the closet in my dining room, you had all like the, the nuts and the beans and whatever, because the cooling tunnel for the AC, the central air, ran through that, so it kept everything nice and cool. So that was her like cool pantry. But at the top, she had all these boxes, and each box was from the church, and each one had different envelopes in them. So she had envelopes that were already, like I guess they were pre-printed with my mother's name, her name, my uncle's name, my grandfather's name, my name. And it was like, why? That's 5 envelopes a week. And they give you extra envelopes for like, oh, I don't know, you could do it for like extra on Christmas. There's like Annunciation Day, like all these different things. Easter, oh my God, there was a whole separate box for Easter. But it was all, and I was like, how much fucking money do you give? Because she would give $20 to $25 for her, $20 to $25 for my grandfather, like, and I'm like, well, what are you giving this money for? You're giving between $400 and $600 a month to the church. What are they doing for you? You think God gets that money? Because he don't care. He don't care that you're giving that money. That means nothing to him. But that was what they were taught to do. And she was like, well, you're going to do it. Into the hell I am. I had a priest. I was sitting next to my grandmother. The priest said, oh, we're going to send around the collection basket. He said, and let me tell you, he said, I'm going to get new collection baskets that have a net in them so that your change falls through, because we don't need your change. Put the dollars in. I was so offended. And there were so many other people that were, because you had the old guinea dudes that they would empty their pockets out of all their change. You're talking $5, $6, $7 worth of change. And you're saying, what? That's not good enough for you? Shit, I'll take it. Drop all your change off at my door. I will go to the bank every week and cash that bitch in. Like, it really offended me. It really offended me that he said that. And from that day on, I was like, I ain't giving you shit, and you better not give them an envelope for me. And she kept doing it, but she was more sly about it. She was like, you don't have to come to church with me. So it was more important to her to put that envelope in than it was for me to go to church. It was the weirdest thing. It was so stupid. And because she was conditioned to believe that that's what you did if you were a good Catholic. But like, that's where most of her money went. It was crazy. Rabbit said, we walked in all weather. My skirts were always wrinkled from wearing my winter coveralls. See, we didn't get to weather. We just had the skirt. Like, my schools had pants. You could buy pants to wear them to school. My grandmother refused. She would not let me. No, you're a girl. You're not wearing pants at school. You're wearing skirts like everybody else. I was like, The one thing I got to wear was like, we all wore like tracksuits for gym in grammar school. But yet in high school, it was short shorts. I mean, those shorts were like, they left nothing to the imagination. Nothing. My ass would hang out of the back, everything. They didn't care. It was an old girl school. Fucking lesbian gym teachers and everything. Oh, good God. I'm sure it is T-Rex. You will find her one of these days, hun. Just keep putting yourself out there. Yes. And don't settle. Never settle for somebody who doesn't bring you joy the majority of the time. You're going to have people who maybe are a little crazy. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's even near it. Just get somebody who compliments who you are. Somebody who works with you. Don't ever go for anybody who thinks that putting you down is funny. Oh, I'm just kidding. No, they're not kidding. They're not. If somebody's not looking out for you and they're not tender with your heart, even if, it doesn't come natural to them, that's not the person for you. It's not. And I don't like anybody being with somebody who, especially you, like that doesn't appreciate exactly who you are. There's no reason for you to change. You're going to change naturally. That's good enough. Anybody who wants to like put you down or whatever, fuck that person. That's not somebody for you. Because they're never going to change. Bad behaviors don't turn into good behaviors. Not like that. In fact, I would put myself out there and say, if somebody's with you who puts you down and makes it believe like it's a joke, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Because the more comfortable they are, the more they believe you're not going anywhere, the freer they are with that negativity. And you don't need that. You're a good dude. You get a good girl. She don't have to be perfect. She just has to be perfect for you. And you don't have to worry about what anybody else says. Because they don't have to live with her. And that's all I got to say about that. My sister looked like the brother on a Christmas tree. I can't put my hands down. Yep. So many times my grandmother would be like, she would work up a sweat trying to get me in the snowsuit when I was little. And it was the same for Katie when Katie was little. Connor was like, I'm not wearing that. 3 years old, he was like, nope, no, I'm fine. He would go out and just like his little jacket, and he'd be like, I don't even want to wear a hat. You have to wear a hat. I don't want to wear a hat. You have to wear a hat. Just name a character that you want on your head, and I will buy that. Hell, I'll crochet it for you. And he was all right. So he had all the funky hats. He didn't like plain ski hats, like anything like that. He liked the hats that like you pull the ear things down and they move. Or I put like those little he had one hat that I put one of those cow buttons in that, you know, you turn the thing over or you press the button, it goes, Mah! And I sewed that into his hat. And he loved it because he would get on the school bus and he'd be like, hey, everybody. But I mean, that's how I got him to wear the hats because he just wouldn't, little stubborn bastard that he is. Even now, he has a winter coat. He never puts it on. Never. He's got a hoodie. That's what he likes. He's hot all the time. It's like, all right, whatever. That's why when Connor says, oh, I'm cold, I'm like, God damn, what's the temperature outside? Because that kid is never cold. The envelopes that came to our house. Wait, Lady Awesome said T-Rex. Yes, that's a thing, and it'll get worse the closer you get to 30. Yep. Just don't jump the gun. T-Rex said the envelopes that came to our house was addressed to Mr. and Mrs. My dad's name. Old fashioned, I guess. Though my dad isn't Catholic and never went to church. Usually you register for those. So however your mom registered to have them, that's how they came to the house. My grandmother had us individually. She wanted to make sure that we each had a church record so that if one of us passed, she could get us, you know, like the funeral would be in that church. They couldn't argue because, well, look in your records. We've been parishioners putting money in since da-da-da-da. She knew what she was doing. I just didn't care. T-Rex, I'm turning 28 in June. Yep. T-Rex, you were made to want to plant your seed, and that gets stronger the older you get. Yep. When I was a kid, pants were a no-no for girls. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I got to wear them at home, but like anytime we went anywhere, I had to wear a skirt. I had to. That was not negotiable. And most of my clothes when I was growing up were handmade. My grandmother sewed all my clothes. So I was not a fashionista, but I grew up with kids that were like me. You know, they used to call us the mamarels because if you were a guinea kid, your mom made your clothes. That's just how it was. We didn't go out shop. I didn't buy clothes for me until I was about 11. And my mother was like, let's go shopping. I was like, for what? I was like, curtains. Because I felt like every time we went out, we went shopping for curtains. And it just, as a kid, it drove me crazy. I hated it. I hated curtain shopping. Now I would love it. If she'd call me up and be like, you want to go curtain shop? Hell yeah, let's go. It's funny how your tastes change, your priorities change. I don't get excited over like a new song or a new movie or whatever, but I'm like, oh my God, guess what I bought today? I bought this squeegee. Guess what it does? Oh my God, I'm so excited. That's the kind of shit that gets me excited. It's retarded. It really is. I know YouTube hates that word, but that's just the way it is now. Like I get happy over new, like cleaning products. It's terrible. Oh God, I hate even admitting that. T-Rex, you're worth so much. Just have patience. Yes. T-Rex said, I'm working on not saying I feel and just saying I am angry and this thing you said upset me. Yeah, or you could just not talk to those people. At some point, you're going to be like, you take too much energy and you aggravate me too much and it's not worth it. Because a lot of time it's not. You're just holding on to what you know. Rabbit said, my grandfather bought me hunting coveralls and I wore them over my clothes in the winter. Aw. See, that's nice. That's nice. I didn't have that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, I know I had a snowsuit at one point, and I remember it being red. But I also remember not being able to move in it, so I never wanted to put it on. And luckily, like, it was a whole big thing that they bought me this snowsuit, and then I hit a growth spurt. And I outgrew it that one year. And that was it. I was like, no, I don't buy anymore. I hate that. I don't do it again. It's a waste of money. I've been told that guy saying, I feel like makes a woman drier than the desert. Yeah, it's true. I don't know. Maybe not all women. From a limited survey, it seems to be the truth. Yeah, I don't want to hear that, oh, I feel like, or what. I want you to just tell me, I don't like that you did that. Stop it. Don't do that around me. Okay, that's a very clear and defined boundary. But say, I feel like it makes you, I don't know, it weakens you in my stance. Like, I'll be like, and you feel like I'm supposed to care what you feel. Like, that automatically sets me up to be bitchy. I don't know. It's a thing. It is a thing. Anyway, what I did want to talk about a couple things today. Like, all right, we talked about the weather. By the way, Nerd is good. He did text me saying he was having Hurricane Michael flashbacks, but he's good. He's safe so far. I talked to him last night. I got a message from him, so he should be good. Winning is fine. As you can see, Shizzy is fine. You saw him. And we're all good up here. I haven't lost power since last night, so we'll see. I mean, I don't know if I lost power during the night because I was asleep, but... Well, you're supposed to care about how your partner feels. Double standards much. It's not that I don't care how they feel. I don't want to hear the whole, I feel like, because I feel like that's a weak opening. Like, I feel like it's just going to be an emotional conversation. And sometimes I don't want it. Because, yes, I care about how you feel, but do we have to discuss it right fucking now? Because it feels like you're going to blame me. Just tell me what the problem is so I can fix it and we're good. I don't always want to delve into the whole feelings part of it, including my side. I don't want to be like, I feel, lonely or whatever. No, I'll just say, where you been? Like, you haven't been around. I miss you. That comes across a lot cleaner than I feel lonely, because now it's like, it's not so much about my feelings. It's about the situation. You just said, I feel like without even... Yeah, but I'm a girl. I can do what I want. But I don't talk to like most people like that. I don't say, well, I feel like this is, I feel like you're doing this too. I don't want to tell them what I think they're feeling anymore. Like, I don't want to assume. I've gotten to this point where I'm starting to more often say, hey, Flat, welcome back. Where I say, look, this is what's happening. And I don't like it. Like, I'll just flat out say, I don't like it. If they say, well, what don't you like about it? I don't know. You haven't been around, so it's it creates a difference. There's a difference. I'm explaining this terribly because I wasn't in this mindset and you brought me back to it. I understand what you're talking about because when you approach a woman like that you don't know really, really well, and you're not like, you don't know how each other are, to open like that it's a weak opening. It's just a weak opening because you're not putting your foot down. You're kind of, it's a whimper instead of a statement. That's how that comes across. That's what I'm saying. I feel like you're not saying what you actually mean. Quit beating around the bush. Yeah, no, like, why not just say, why don't you just say what you mean instead of this bullshit? Like, don't bullshit me. But then again, I'm super aggressive. So you can't always take what I say. I did want to talk about YouTube, even though they're going to hate it. There's a reason why I'm live streaming on Rumble. Monday's show had 94 views when it ended. And then it had like a bunch of views after, but not as many as normal. And now that video, that live, is reading as 10 less than the views that I hit. And it's like, what the hell? How do you undo views? So like, I don't know if people are like, like, if it's bots or whatever. I don't need bots. I don't need the views like that. But it's irritating me because it's not just me. I have that sub that it goes up, it goes down, it goes just by one by one, by one by one, by one by one. I have people say, oh, I subbed to you, and there's no change in the numbers. And I'm like, but what the fuck? Like, Winning has subs fallen off because they're doing that purge of old accounts. His views, he doesn't trust his views. I don't trust my views. And it's very aggravating that either YouTube is screwed up and their analytics are screwed up, or, which is more likely, there are people out there with nothing better to do than fuck with you. And I'm over it. It's very, very discouraging. If I have to walk away from YouTube, then I just will. I don't care. Like, this is not the be all and end all. I love y'all, but I am not going to let it make me depressed day to day. Where you put in all this work and you put, you put yourself out there, and then somebody who don't like you or who has an axe to grind comes along and wants to kick you in the teeth. And then YouTube's like, oh, gotta spank you now. Like, no. And I feel like that this year, I knew this year was going to be bad. I knew it was going to be bad because it's a high political year. There's a lot on the line. They have an agenda. Yeah, fine. But like, I watched the thing. AO came in and showed me a video of this dude who, his stream was absolutely excellent. It was all green. And all he did was go and change the title to include the word Epstein. And by the time he hit save, it changed his excellent stream to yellow. Immediately. He took it out and went right back to excellent. That's not fair. That's not fair. All they want to do is curtail what we're talking about. So I have to use all these like buzzwords, and I can't say things, and I can't allow my chat to say things. I don't go for that. I don't want to be restrained. And I do. I feel like somebody's trying to put a muzzle on me. I'm already caged within my body because of the shit that these people have done to me. I don't need like a media, platform coming along and going, yeah, no, you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to say these things that we're not going to tell you. You're not allowed to say. You just got to guess. You just got to guess what we don't want you to say. yeah, we're going to spank you for one thing and we're going to, applaud you for something else. Like if I put Johnny Depp in the title, they're going to push it. If I put Amber Heard in the title, they will shadow ban it. I don't get it. But I could put it AH. I could put Amber Turd, and they don't do anything about it. But if I put her name, suddenly nobody sees any of my videos. If I take out the Amber Heard and just put AH, all of a sudden there's a boost in all the views. Then suddenly everybody's watching. What the hell? I don't have time to play these games. I don't have the mindset to play the games. And I really don't like being controlled. And I feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg. Like I'm just experiencing it now in a way that's really, really getting to me. Like I saw it before and I tried to go around it many times, but now it's just constant. It's absolutely constant. And I can see that they don't like what I'm doing. And that's okay. They don't have to like it. They don't have to like it. I'm not making money off of them. I'm not, whatever. I come here for you guys. I come here to talk to you guys, to have a connection to the world. Because without this, I'm not going to have one. Because I'm stuck inside. Until I can move, I am stuck in this apartment. And I mean that on many levels. It's just, it breaks my heart that this is where we're at. That this is where we are in the world, where you can't have a conversation without somebody else listening in or monitoring your conversation and striking you down because there was one word they didn't like. They don't even know the context of it. They don't care. Oh, you said the no word. You got to go. T-Rex, YouTube will change the view count if someone comes back to the stream after a bit. The view counter represents unique viewers that stay for at least 2 minutes. Most of my viewers, it'll say that they stay between 20 and 45 minutes on average. And that's fine. But this never happened before, T-Rex. This is not standard, changes. I wait the 48 hours to really look at my numbers usually. And no, this time to take away more than 10 views for nothing, that's never happened before. And I've been doing this for a long time. So, I keep an eye on my view count. This is not normal. They never take away from the final number. And they took more than 10 away. And it's like, why? Why? Unfortunately, I don't think the Epstein thing is about curtailing speech. Would you want to have your brand you spend your time and effort, blood, sweat, and tears, money into building associated with that pedo? That's not the point. I'm not associated with shit. What I'm doing is talking about trauma. That's what I do. Everything about that case has to do with trauma. If I can't talk about it, then you're telling me I can't tell people how to get better. Because there are people out there going through similar things that are not, with Epstein, but it's a working example. You can't take away the lesson and expect me to be effective. Everybody has to have tools. That is a tool. It's just something to use. That's like saying I'm going to teach chemistry but never talk about chemicals. You could teach chemistry, but you can never say the word oxygen. You can never say the word molecule. You can't do that. That's what free speech is all about. They're words. That's another thing. They're words. How about you concentrate on making, the world better by controlling the bad things in the world? Leave the words alone. But I'm also not saying YouTube doesn't ban anti-woke political speech. It's not even that. I don't go up and be like, Trump forever or whatever. I don't do that. I'm not big on the political, field. I don't feel comfortable enough about what I know to discuss that kind of stuff in depth, like as I don't know, as like a subject heading or a topic. I'll mention it. I'll talk about it a little, but yeah, no, it's really irritating. It's really freaking irritating because now no matter what I do, I can't depend on my analytics. I can't think, okay, I'm getting to, a certain amount of people. What can I depend on? 7 views that I know are there? Yeah, you say there's a big difference. You know where there's a difference? In my motivation. That's the difference that I'm talking about. Them doing that makes me like, fuck it, why am I doing this? If you're riding that high of thinking that you're doing good, and then they take that from you, I feel muzzled. I really do. And I refuse to be muzzled. I had people control me. I'm getting real emotional. And it has nothing to do with YouTube. I've been controlled my whole life. Don't say this. Don't act like that. Don't do this. You're not allowed. I'm me. I'm going to say what I want to say. And I'll probably pay the price for it. I probably will. I don't know. But I hate that there's companies out there who could tell me what to do and they expect me to do it. I hate it. I'm already stuck. I'm already trapped here. The only thing I have left is my voice. And you're going to punish me with it. So we shall see. We'll see what Rumble does for me. We'll see how that goes. And it's not, the thing is, it's not just me. Rob said, you're doing this for us because we love you. Fuck the analytics. I get that. And for me, that's true, but it's not just happening to just me. It's the whole demoralization of it. That's where they're going with it. They're trying to make us lose that momentum. They're trying to make us be like, why am I doing this? Look at winning. Do you know how many issues he's having trying to get messages out there? And it's just, at this point, he's jumping through so many hoops that he's like, why? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know if I should do this. Maybe I'm just not effectual. Maybe they're winning. Maybe I'm not winning. Maybe they're winning. And it's terrible because I've learned so much from what he does. I hate to think that would stop. Yeah, there are other channels out there doing that. I don't want to listen to them. I want to hear it from him. That's my right. If he's willing to say it, I am willing to listen. There should be no middleman mediating that. I don't want somebody in between going, no, you can't hear that. I want to hear it. Yeah, but we don't want you to hear it. I don't give a shit. Like, I want to hear it. I said the more you talk, the more I relate. Yeah, that's my charm. I don't have natural charm. I have relatability. And it's not a Shelly stream unless I cry. I cry. I'm very emotional. I come off as a hard ass. I'm really not. I'm so squishy. It's ridiculous. Rabbit said it's happening to everybody streaming. I know, and it's not fair. And I think that's the part that's getting to me. The bias and the unfairness and the helplessness. That's it. As I say it, that's it. It's the helplessness. Sorry about the bad language. I'm getting angry. Oh, I know, honey. I love your bad language. You're so cute when you curse. It happens so rarely. I still remember you calling somebody an asshole. Oh my God, that was such an awesome day. It was a horrible day, but that made my day. You hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what they want you to feel. Propaganda isn't about convincing you of anything. It's about breaking your spirit. And that's it. You figure I was helpless to fight what was happening to my body, right? All I could do, because doctors weren't helping, all I could do was slowly watch myself deteriorate. And there was nothing I could do. Yeah, that was Darth Hideous who ticked you up. I remember. I'm helpless to stop what's happening in my body. No matter what I do to counter it, it feels like, like I said, it's one step forward, two steps back. And I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle, but I keep fighting. At least I had a voice where I felt like I still had some personal power. I couldn't do any of the things that I did before, but I could still do that. And I could get better at that. And my friends could get better at it, and they could be out there. And they're suffering, and I can't fix it. I can't do anything about it. And it's killing me inside. It really is. And they don't care. And it makes, I'm not crying because I'm sad. I'm crying because I'm mad. There's a difference with me, but I always, like, my kids, every time they ever said it's not fair, I always say life's not fair. And they're just like, oh, they roll their eyes. They're like, oh, whatever. Like, that's your answer for everything. Well, that is the answer. Like, life's not fair. You got to keep punching. You can't let them make you stop fighting. But I get it. I get how tiring it is to fight all the time. And it seems like we're fighting for scraps. Like, we're not fighting for some grand prize. That grand prize is way out of our reach. We're fighting for everyday shit that we didn't have to fight for before. And it's a lot. It's a lot to carry, especially when you're dealing with a lot of emotional shit and personal shit. And then it all hits at once. It feels like it's not a lead up. They never do it a little bit. They just decide all at once, I'm just going to pick on you for a month. And let's see what I could do to you. And if you could stay standing, I feel like they move on. But it's hard, man. It's hard to stay on your feet. It's hard to keep going. Flat chested, I love a good conspiracy theory. What are your thoughts on the moon landing? Oh, honey, you need to go to Winning's channel. He is all about all the different conspiracy theories. He will delve into. He's gone into all of them. We did the moon landing. We did flat Earth. We did he did a series with Shizzy and Caitlin, all about all the different cults and stuff like that. Oh my God, it's so much fun. We had so much fun, and we really we are not reverent at all. And chat has just as much fun, and all the chats are there. So really, check out his channel. It's amazing. But you should come by. I don't know if he's doing a show tonight. I keep trying to get him to cover the debate tonight. I don't know if he will. I don't know if he's doing history tomorrow. I don't know. Mr. Goodwin. Oh, they're all there. Yeah, no, we have so much fun. Like, I'm usually in his chat. I'm the main mod for his thing, and I'm the one that's throwing up most of the links because Rabbit's usually knocked out by then. But she taught me how, so I'm confident. The name of the chat. She just posted Winning Reality. He's my bestie, so I tend to push his shows, but I've learned so much, and we have such a good time. And if it's too spicy for YouTube, we always start off on YouTube and then we wind up, on Rumble, and that's where we really let shit fly. You should come by, and on Sundays we watch movies. We watch old documentaries and we watch old movies. This week we did Century of Self. He and I together, and then we watched Caddyshack. It was great. Repairing History with Winning Reality. That's tomorrow night's show. I really want him to do the debate. I don't know if he will. This is what YouTube does. They give it, then they take it away. Yeah, they really do. And it's funny because I was like, you know what? I'm going to go through my titles. I started changing some of the titles and taking out words that they might not like. And they started pushing them in the friggin' algorithm. They were like, oh, this many people today viewed your thing. I'm like, really? I got to play this game, so now I have to go back and remove tags and change titles and all that bullshit. That leads me right into yesterday. I was incensed over the Ray Epps thing. Incensed. Because I was just like, you gotta fucking be good. Now, he got probation and a $500 fine and community service, and he got to call in for his sentencing. What kind of bullshit is that? And then Benny did a show, and I was like, oh my God, 450 people were convicted for J6 with a combined time to be served of 850 years. All of their sentences put together equals 850 years. What the hell is that? And then you got this guy who orchestrated things. He's on tape. He's on video several times inciting. And he gets, suspended? Basically, to me, it's a suspended sentence because he doesn't have to do any jail time. So, he got probation, community service, and a $500 fine. $500 fine. They gave 15 years to a dude who walked in, took a selfie, and left. The Proud Boys guy, he wasn't even there. And they said, well, you conspired to do it. They gave him 22 years. What is that? What is that? And we're supposed to believe in justice? You look at Alex Jones, that trial, the civic trial where he was being, he had to pay for defamation or whatever. That was some bullshit. He wasn't even allowed to defend himself. How is that right? But I see the unfairness, but I always saw it on a larger scale with big famous people or whatever. I didn't really think of how it would affect me or mine. Because it didn't at the time. I should have known, trickle-down effect. First they take them out, then, oh, you're all fair game. We're going to practice on you before we hit the bigger ones. That's the way it works. They expect you to work harder and make more content, and then when you do, they put you back in, but just enough to give you a little rush, and it's a cycle that causes a YouTube burnout. We've all seen it. Yeah. I mean, I get it. How many times I sit there going, no, come on, don't give up, don't give up, don't give up. How many people I say, no, come on, let's do something. We'll do something together. Because I don't expect to be successful here the way Nick Ricada or anybody else is. I just expect my little crew. I like my little crew. But I'm willing to throw myself out there for the people I care about to make them better, to give them more exposure, to help them keep going, to perk them up when they're just no, I'm just not. But then I feel bad because they're taking hits and I'm pushing them to keep going. And maybe they just don't want to take the hits anymore. Maybe I'm working at cross purposes. Maybe I'm being selfish because I don't want them to go away. Is it selfish? Is it selfish to keep pushing them to keep putting content out when they're not enjoying it anymore? When they're just like, I feel defeated. Don't feel defeated. Come on, we can do this. Come on, I'm here with you. Am I wrong for doing that? Should I just let them just go off? And that's not my nature. It's not my nature to be like, oh, I understand. Well, you do what you think is important. You do what's right for you. No, we're going to hash this out. I am going to push you and push you and push you until you hate me. I don't care, because I see what's there. I see the potential. I see the beauty and the magnificence. I wonder at you guys, at all the creators that I know. I sit there, I'm like, damn. I mean, not all of them, because some of the creators that I know are crap. But I mean, at least I'll tell them you're crap. And I'll be like, here, like, you feel like you're crap. I agree. I won't just come out of my face and say it, unless, I'm in the mood. But for the most part, I see good things in the people that are in my life. I surround myself with people who usually are better than me, are different than me, or have something to teach me. So yes, I want them to stay there. And I want other people to recognize that they're good. There's something here. Stop being narrow-minded and look. Open your eyes, open your ears, and look, and you'll see what's there. Stop being contrary. Stop being an asshole. And that's who I am. But I've always been able to like look at somebody and go, wow, I see all these good things about you. If you leave, they win. Just keep going just to tee them off. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going. They could demonetize me. I don't give a fuck. That's why I'm doing the Rumble thing, because I'm like, you know what? If I can't be on one, I'll be on the other. I refuse to shut up. I refuse. But that doesn't help me to make other people want to keep going. It doesn't soften the blow every time they take a hit. And the demoralization is working. It is working. People are upset and they're just like, fuck it. Depression rolls in. And especially this time of year when you have all this stuff going, it's really hard to like keep them buoyed. That's why we love you. Thank you, Rabbit. I love you. I love you. I'm not, like I said, I don't like somebody controlling me, but I'm always going to fight back. I may take a day or two to lick my wounds, but then I come back angry. Just like, here we go. You want to fight? Bitch, let's go. I'm going to take my earrings out. I'm going to put my hair in a ponytail and tighten my shoes and let's go. Morning, Gutter. What's up? Happy Wednesday. T-Rex said, I've been up since 3 p.m. Central yesterday. I must sleep. Now, peace and love. Fuck the YouTube gods. YouTube is asshole. You do you. No one can muzzle Shelly. Yep, that's why I'm your mouthy mama. I mean, I could be muzzled, but I mean, only for the fun stuff. The sentiment was there. I know your typos, but I read it without the typos, so there you go. Gutter, what's up? She's a good and beautiful, good and gorgeous and beautiful chatters. I can't read, apparently. But yeah, like all of that, everything is just, there's so much that leaves us feeling helpless. I'm not worried about me. I have so much going on, like, that I have to deal with. Trust me, like, the views bug me, but not enough to like make me be like, oh, that's it, I can't do it anymore. I was just like, well, fuck it then, I'm going to Rumble. I don't care. I'm like, all right, whatever. Play with me. play with me. I don't shrivel under challenges. Like, I'm good when it comes to the challenge. It's afterward that I fall apart. I'm the person you want in a crisis, but afterward, you better be ready to catch my crying ass because I will fall apart spectacularly. Jacob, what's up, Jakey? I haven't seen Castro, and I have the Rumble open, and the Rumble's running, as far as I know. Yeah, everything's excellent. I think Rumble's running. Yeah, Rumble's running, but nobody in chat. That's a shame. Usually Castro goes over and he's like, "Sup, savages," but he's not there today, and it's a little. It's like, okay, I don't even know if there's two people watching. Woohoo, woohoo, and I'm one of them probably. Doesn't matter. I just have to make it consistent. I forgot where I was. Happy birthday, Fly. Fly, it's your birthday? You didn't say that. Flat-chested female. Happy birthday. Oh, are you 21? Are you legal to be here? Can you hear my potty mouth? Because otherwise you got to go. No. Oh, happy birthday. There we go. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You know what? Because it's your birthday, we're going to do my favorite dance. Oh, yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yiddy-yum, yiddy-yum, yiddy-dum, yiddy-dang. I love it. And just remember.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
Fucking winning. With the clips. Just in case you don't know, like, we have tons of clips that we use. My intro, my outro, all my clips, all done by Winning Reality. He gives them to me as gifts. But I love the ones that he doesn't know because they're just great. You're officially old. Lies. Lies. I'll tell you something. There's nothing. I don't think anybody's old. All you're doing is you're just getting better. You're ripening. You know, there's nothing wrong with being ripe. I mean, unless it's smelly. But, you know, like being like soft and juicy, that's a good thing. Cutter, I love those clips. He just, I'm sorry, but Lass is here. I got to do the whole one. Even though I hate it, I know she loves it, and I like to do this for her.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
How I hate that one. I hate it. I hate it. But you know what? Somebody else hates this one, but it's growing on him. So I just want you to make sure we all love our T-Rex. But sometimes he really needs to make small goals, you know.
Baby steps? It means setting small, reasonable goals for yourself, one day at a time. One tiny step at a time.
Baby steps.
It works.
First of all, I don't pay property tax.
Do-doom, 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 do-doom. I love that one. I love that one. Thanks, Shelly. You're very welcome. Happy birthday. I love birthdays. Birthdays are just you leveling up. That's right. Absolutely right. Rabbit, I'm 71 and not old, just antiquated. My mother's 81. T-Rex said, fucking hell, Shell. Come on, you love that one. Listen, you can't complain about that if you laugh at the dancing one that I do of Nerd. By the way, Nerd won the dance-off for 2023, but T-Rex he holds the title now. I just got to get that clip from Winning, and he's being very lazy about it. I want that clip. Yeah, there'll be a new dancing clip of T-Rex. I love it. I love it. And that's what he does. He loves to do like the deep fakes and the parodies and stuff like that. Oh, he's so good at it. But yeah, he did my intro. He did my outro. I love my outro. My outro is all my face on all these different like actresses, and mostly like he loves to put my face on Demi Moore and like Phoebe Cates and shit like that, like Sally Field, all the little round faced people. Because it fits. It's fitting. I wish I looked like them. I'm also not 20 anymore. So, you know, anybody who thinks I look like that, you keep thinking that. You put that in the spank bank and you run with it, because that ain't true. Flat Chested said, only my body gets old. My heart and mind will always be young. Yep. I say on a good day, I'm about 16. The day I came home with my keys in my hand, I put them in the door, I opened it, and the cats were waiting for me. My kid was with me, and I suddenly was like, oh my God, I'm an adult. Who thought this was a good idea? Because I shouldn't be in charge of like anything. And apparently I'm in charge of like all these different like living things, and I panicked a little bit. I did. I'm not too proud to say that, you know, I panicked. I was like, oh no, I'm surprised. I can't keep plants alive, yet I grew 2 children and a whole bunch of cats, and I take care of a lot of people. And you said, oi. I don't think you meant to say oi, but you did. I was back listening for a second. I can't even see my phone to text right now. Wonder if I could somehow blow up the numbers like I can on my PC here. Oh, stop. Blow up the characters. What the fuck? My brain is worse than usual. Let me tell you something. I can't read the chat on the phone. I can't. Even with my glasses, like if I put the reading glasses on, I still can't see it. Why do they make the font so goddamn little? It's so tiny. And then, like, I don't know, it skips people on the phone. I'll see things in regular chat that I can't see on the phone, like on the PC chat. And I don't like, for some reason, Lady Awesome, her texts, like her comments, never appear on my phone chat ever. Even if we're in the same chat together, I can't see what she says. I have to go to the PC to see what she says. Plus, I can't tag anybody on the phone like I can on the PC. That's annoying. So it's like, ugh. Everything is swimming. Girl, you need to lay down. Lay down. I love you, Inya, and I love that you're listening, but you don't have, like, girl, lay down before you fall down. Please, I worry. You know I'm a worry wart. Don't make me worry. Jacob Pete. At T-Rex, Austin needs to be facing impeachment next. Did you hear that he has been MIA for complications from a surgery? That's what, the DOD? He's what, the Secretary of Defense? Is that who you're talking about? From a surgery, and he never informed the White House of the surgery or the issues. I mean, to be fair, the president has, you know, like, quote unquote dementia. Allegedly. So even if he was told, do you think he remembers? I mean, really, let's be honest. The man doesn't even know if he's wearing pants. Like, he's going to know that the Secretary of Defense is in the hospital. He don't know shit. You could put a mannequin next to him and he'll talk to it like it's Jill or Dr. Jill, whatever the fuck you want to call her. Which I would not be surprised if they just fill like the room with mannequins around the table. And he thinks he's in like a cabinet meeting and like I'm effectual, and they're just mannequins just listening to him with pens in their hand. He wouldn't know the difference. He looks like a melting candle. He looks like his wax, you know, like Madame Trousseau's like wax museum. He looks like he's just a wax figure of himself melting. How do you explain that ass chin that he's got going on? What is that? Like the middle of his chin is still stuck to the bone, but the rest is just melting into jowls off his face like a Saint Bernard. Horrible. Ugh. I don't mind getting older and things getting looser or drooping or whatever. shit happens. But I don't want to look like, oh my hair, I'm melting. That's what he looks like. He looks like somebody threw water on him and it didn't get everywhere. Everything is fine. We're past that. Well, for font is tiny because it's a conspiracy with optometrists. I swear I get, oh my God, the headaches I get from trying to read the phone. I just give up. I'm like, screw it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Work messed with you. Don't. I put my heart and soul into my job when I worked with those kids. 11 years. And if I was sick, I went in. I only stayed home for sick days when my kids were sick. I went in, I gave so much of my time, so much of my money because they didn't buy shit. And I was always buying shit for my kids. I was always giving them books, you know, like buying them snacks, paying for their lunches because their parents were broke. You know, like I always did that. And I made sure to be the best teacher I could be, whether it was teaching or just being the mom that they needed at that time. It didn't matter. I put so much into it. And when I got sick, they didn't blink. Yeah, I get a couple of them that are like, we really miss you. And I know they do because I made their lives easier. But did they help me? No. Did anybody ever offer to do anything to help me? No. And they replaced me 1, 2, 3 with some purple-haired bitch that has no clue, didn't even go to school. She don't care about those kids. She don't know how to be a mother. She's like 17. They don't care. They don't care. Oh, she passed the test. Oh, that's great. We have one that they fired her and rehired her like a dozen times. And every time she goes back, they give her more money. By the time I left, she was making way more money than I was, and she sucked. She literally was like, I'm not talking to these kids. I'm just an adult in the room. She didn't do shit. She was on her phone all the time. Drove me insane. So yeah, no, your job, it's a job. Do not give your life for your job. You take care of you because you got little ones and you got all of us who love you and depend on you being there. Priorities, bitch. Priorities. Work is not a priority. Fuck them. Oh, I'm just full of piss and vinegar today. Oh, because I'm just so aggravated. Rabbit, I only chat on my phone, but it's harder to turn to live chat from top chat. I didn't learn how to do that on the phone. I'm so embarrassed even to admit it. I didn't learn how to do that on the phone until like a month ago. It's like I could not get it to work. I couldn't get it to work. And then finally I figured it out. Fletch has said, I really need glasses. Just pick yourself up. You can go on Amazon and get the magnifying reading glasses. They're just as good. I'll be real with you. I got like 7 pair of them for like $8. I was not going to the eye doctor, and they're all I need. They're all I need. I mean, my regular prescription is, bad enough, but I wasn't paying for like bifocals and fuck that. Like, especially since I wear contacts, and I think bifocals would just be weird. But yeah, my glasses are around here somewhere. I have pairs of them like in all hidden corners because I never know when I'm going to need them. One trick I did figure out, instead of putting glasses on to like read pill bottles or stuff like that, where it's like super, super small and they don't exactly make it like stand out color. I take a picture on my phone and then I just blow up the picture and I zoom in, and it's so much easier. Oh my goodness. And then I can even like screenshot, the zoom and like edit it to that. And I have it for whenever I need to refer back to it. But yeah, that's something that I do a lot. Like a lot. They had a call out and can't figure out how to put someone on the schedule. It's like the blind lead the blind over there. My old job, when I worked for Shipco in accounting, I was the controller's assistant. I started out as a file clerk who didn't even know how to turn on a computer. And I wound up being, in 7 years, I was the controller's assistant because I was always, give me more, give me more, give me more. Teach me, teach me, teach me. And so he loved my work ethic because I'm a workhorse and I work for crap. And so I worked for him. And yeah, I went on vacation to Florida. I took my daughter to Disney World. Do you know he called me every single day? I need help with this. I need help with that. I was like, you do know there are other people that fucking work there. This is my vacation. You call me one more time, you're giving me more vacation. You know, he gave me another week vacation to use later on in the year, but just not a week consecutive. I had to use the 5 days at different times. So he gave me like 5 paid sick days because he couldn't do it by himself. All right, you really need me? Well, let's start the negotiations because I ain't doing this shit for free. And that's what I got. I got an extra week vacation because he drove me nuts. He drove me nuts. Calling me at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to do like the branch down. And well, it keeps saying this. I left you a manual. It's in there. I don't want to read that. Just walk me through it. Walk you through a bafangle. Like, oh. I did it though, and I wound up with extra vacation days. But girl, if they're gonna like bother you when you're sick, you say, you know what, you fucked up my sick day. I want better sick days. I want more sick days. Give it back to me. Oh Lord, I'm getting a phone call from Washington, D.C. See, they don't like what I'm saying. Nope. Go to voicemail. Go to voicemail. I'm having a lot of friggin' Washington. Oh my God, my phone's been going off and I didn't even know it. Well, they can suck it. They can suck it. Secretary of Defense. Yeah. He was replaced. I would hope so if he's going to be in the hospital for like a long amount of time or he has issues that are going to get in the way. Week. Well, it is for the week, T-Rex, and the weekend. I'm sick, but I'll survive or I won't. You are going to survive. I don't even want to hear it. Listen, what I've always said is I got to do this because the alternative is unacceptable. I don't accept the bad stuff. I don't. I'll bitch about it, but I don't accept it. I will fight it tooth and nail. Shelly will have winning heart. You tell if you go, hey, well, I'll go one better. I'll call Max. Be like, Max, I need your help. I can't find her. Oh, he'll be in your yard. Like, he'll knock on your door and be like, excuse me. Yes, I know who you are. I'll get a file with like your freaking grade school like report cards and shit. Because he's that good. You never want to activate Max Mira. I love it. I love him. He makes me laugh. And I love that he sends me all these little like videos and he's like, all right, here. And I'm like, oh my God, I love that. He gets happy that I'm like, I enjoyed that so much. He's a very appreciative, very genuine person. I enjoy talking to Max. I could talk to Max for hours and hours and hours and hours and just be like, and what else? And what else? Oh my God, but what about this? And oh my God, I love throwing a topic out there and he just takes it and goes. He just runs with it. It's perfect. I love it. Jacob Peets, it's less about informing the president, more about informing the White House staff like National Secretary, Advisor, and other defense staff that is supposed to communicate with the Pentagon in the event of an emergency. In the event of an emergency, every day is an emergency. Oh my God, emergencies. Did you all see? I feel like it went under the radar. What Ecuador is going through right now? Like they had a bunch of armed men storm a news station while they were on air. And they held like everybody hostage, but it was also simultaneously happening at like 28 other places within that city in Ecuador because they had like this huge, like armed, like, I don't know, revolution or whatever by the people. And it's all a whole big thing and nobody's talking about it. They like mention it, but nobody's talking about it. You know what else they're not talking about? The fact that the United States is canceling all flights to that country until they resolve their friggin' issues and they don't have like just random hostage situations. I think that's really interesting that that's happening and nobody's talking about it. They're talking about Epstein and they're talking about that. They're talking about shit that happened more than 10 years ago, but shit that happened yesterday, they're like, nah, that's not news. what happened to news being new? Like it's literally part of the word. You're supposed to tell me what the hell's going on now. Like, but they don't. And that I felt that was really interesting that got buried the way it did. Instead, they're talking about Dylan Mulvaney at the Golden Globes. Bafangle to Dylan Mulvaney. The friggin' he, she. Gutters Pub. I worked with the elderly, most rewarding job I ever had, 25 years, and hit burnout, retired from that. Yeah, I mean, I was burned out by the time I finished at school because I had gotten so sick. I was done. I didn't have it. I didn't have it to give. I just didn't. And they didn't appreciate it anyway. It was like, why am I'm running myself into the ground for fucking what? For what? I turned my ringer down. They should be good now or I'll deal with them tomorrow. Man, fuck them. Girl, I want you to repeat after me. Man, fuck that job. Fuck that job. You just get better. There's only one you. You know, you can only do so much. Right now, your job is to take care of your family and you. That's it. That's it. Anything else can go scratch. I go back to the eye doctor tomorrow for my 6-month follow-up from the surgery. Oh, that's awesome. I hope that you get a good bill of health and everything's going well. Was it really 6 months ago? I feel like you just had that surgery. God. Lady Awesome, 10 minutes behind. Thanks for the Stuart Smiley. That was just for you, lass. Just for you. Because I know you love it. I do that or I use the flashlight on my phone. I see that too. Oh, with the Zoom thing. Dart, what's up? What's up? I'm 6 minutes behind, so don't kill me. But now that Darth is here, I can go ahead a whole bunch because he's going to say hi to everybody. I'm charging for an hour of work today. Good. Absolutely. You absolutely should. He said, I still prefer Rumbo. Oh, you're on Rumble too, Darth. Look at you. That's nice. At least somebody's on Rumble. I haven't heard of him being replaced. Just have to stand in for. Yeah, I'm sure he's got somebody who is his second. You know, like his. You know, because the man's got to go on vacation. You're a government official. You get what, like 75% of your year off? It's all vacation, isn't it? Castro will join you here too. I asked where he was. I don't know what he's doing. I know he's Team Rumble. He'll come over like to YouTube just to say hi, but for the most part, he's on Rumble. I like listening to Max. I love Max. Rabbit said, I didn't think I would survive the RSV, but the meds are finally starting to work. Girl, I have every faith. You are one tough rabbit. Rabbits are hard. They are some wily little creatures. And I have every faith in you, Rab. Every faith. T-Rex, hey, Shelly, I had Max Murrow look up Kate yesterday. Oh, stop. No, you didn't. Did you really? What did he come up with? Oh, my goodness. You're going to have to tell me, like, oh, Castro! There you are. Rubmo. I didn't even pick up on the fact that you said Rubmo. I just automatically said Rumbo. But yeah, oh yeah. Rubmo is kind of like that day that Valhalla was like, yeah, I got a goat fucking farm, and then everybody was hysterical. Hilarious. I knew I smelled the devil. The devil. No, see? That was my name.
I guess that makes me the devil.
See?
I guess that makes me the devil.
I'm the devil, damn it. I don't mind. Call me names. I don't give a shit. I'll live up to every fucking one of them. Boom. My goat fucking channel. That was hilarious. I still remember your reaction to that. Your reaction made me laugh 10 times harder than I would have normally. You were off and running. That was it. It was, I don't think I've ever heard you laugh that hard in my life. Yeah, you were gone. That was hilarious. No, not heard of that. That's crazy. Yep. Never let a good crisis go to waste. That's what they do. Wolfram, you know that. That's what they do. Everything that's going on in the world, they use to make us more afraid. Because if you can get the masses to be afraid, they will hand over their rights like they're children. When you're a child, you think your parents are always going to have your best interests at heart. And if you have good parents, they will. That doesn't mean you're going to come out good in the end, but they will try to put your, best interest first. People need to stop looking at the government like parental figures. If they're parental figures, they're more foster parents. They're getting a check for us and they don't give a shit what happens. That's where they're at. We're in the foster system with our government. That's where we're at. And nobody wants to be in the system. Speaking of what's happening in Germany, that was hilarious. What happened in Germany? I might be a little retarded. Germany basically said if the government isn't completely changed, we're all just going to stop working. It's amazing. Wish we could agree to do that in the States. The problem is Germany is like the size of, half of Pennsylvania. That's the problem with having a country as freaking big as we are. Unifying against somebody is really difficult. Like, if we shut down in Jersey, they're like, and we'll just send in the National Guard and kick your ass and put in people from Pennsylvania. We'll bring all the illegals. They could do your job. They don't care. There's got to be a reason why they're letting all these friggin' undocumented people into the goddamn country. It's like replacement therapy. It's ridiculous. Fuck me harder, daddy government. Thanks, Castro. If you hadn't put government at the end, I'd have been down, but no, I'm good. I'm good. The farmer revolt. Yeah, they were literally using farm equipment to bury government. I saw that. That was hilarious. That was just the big friggin' hoses, like the big, what is it? The big, they look like slinkies, the things that, anyway, big like hoses that they just back poured manure onto freaking government property. It was hilarious. I loved it. I was like, yeah, do it more. They probably didn't even notice. They're so full of shit. Yeah, it was hilarious. But the thing with like Ecuador, okay, you have all these people coming in and taking hostages on air. 28 places in Ecuador had the same thing happen at the same time. It was a coordinated effort. They lost, but it was a coordinated effort. And nobody's talking about it. I think I've seen it on 2 things, and it was like a blip. To me, that kind of like pushback, that deserves some news time, but nobody wants to talk about it. Bro, they've been rioting in Spain, France, Germany for months, and the media is just silent about it. Yeah. If it wasn't for independent media, we would know nothing. Castro, I just woke up as the revolution started. Is the revolution today? I love the smell of revolution in the morning. Like, why not? The revolution will not be televised, apparently. Not unless we televise it. And that's what we got to do. We always have to be ready. You have to be ready with that camera, with that phone, with the mic, ready to go live and say, hey, this is what's going on. Like, take a look at this. But that's how we get punished. T-Rex, okay, I really need sleep now. I'll text you when I wake up. We'll talk on Discord about what Max found. Oh, I can't wait. I'm excited. I hope it was good. And I hope you get to tell people to stick it in their ear when they say have something to say. The revolution will be live streamed. It'll be live streamed in surround sound. Is surround sound still a thing? I don't know. I'm not a technical person, so like, I didn't even know what Dolby surround sound was when it came out and when it was popular. Now I don't even know if it exists anymore. The only thing I know is that THX, because it used to make that horrible sound at the beginning of the movies. It'd be that, and I hated it. As soon as I saw it, I'd be like, mute. until it went away and then I'd come back. It was just annoying. Jacob Peets, y'all remember the yellow vest protests that the media covered for like 2 weeks? If I remember right, it was ongoing for damn near a whole calendar year. The media just doesn't want us informed. No, they'd rather tell us about, like I said, Dylan Mulvaney showed up at the Golden Globes. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about Dylan Mulvaney. He is a non-issue in my life. All this trans shit. Notice that, now what is it? The Iowa or Ohio? Which state was it this time? Was it Iowa? I think it was Iowa. That pew-pewer. Trans. There was a trans agenda there. And it's like, you see all the patterns. You don't want us to see the patterns. Do something about it. Stop putting them on a pedestal and start calling them out. Stop this shit. Don't blame the guns. Blame the person holding the gun. Blame the mental illness that they suffer from that you pay for them to keep going, to perpetuate. It's not particularly interesting. Just confirms everything she's told me. He couldn't find a marriage certificate, though. It doesn't matter. A lot of people say they're married and they're not. They believe in like common law marriage. They just won't do the governmental marriage. My friend Vicky has been with Spanky for 35 years now. And he says, this is my wife. She says, this is my husband. They're not married. They got 5 kids, but they've never been married. And I doubt they ever will be. She wouldn't qualify for benefits if she was married. I'm going to pay for that one. Anyway. But it's true. It's true. But yeah, a lot of people are indebted to other people and they say, oh, we're married or whatever. But they're not legally married. They're just married like in spirit. Dark, they're all trans shooter. Wasn't that North Carolina or was there not? They're all of them have like some weird manifesto. And they're finding them like they go through the social media. But it's all like regular independent media and independent outlets that find this shit out. Because the big ones won't talk about it. Good God, they won't talk about it. I saw there was an interview, some chick that was a reporter. She was talking about how every day with this Epstein stuff, she's more and more and more pissed off because 10 years ago, she had all the information. She had everything. Hey, winning. She had all the information and her bosses were like, oh, we don't even know who that is. That's a non-issue. We're not going to waste airtime talking about him. And she had like everything. And they took all her stuff and they were like, no, we'll just, keep it. And now they can't find it. So all that shit that she went through and she's pissed off. She's like, the more they talk about it, the more pissed off I am because that was mine. Damn it. I had it. And they told me no. They silenced her, and now she's like, oh, now they're like, oh, do you have all? She's like, no, I don't have it. You took it. You can't find it. That's your problem. Like, I came to you when it was happening, and you told me it's a non-issue. So, could you imagine? And I just saw that yesterday. I don't remember who showed. Somebody was like, oh, check this out or whatever. It's not. I got lost. She said she isn't married. Just that thing about her living with the guy, but not fucking him, and he pays for her life doesn't add up. Why? How does that not add up? I divorced my husband and I lived with him for a year because I needed another adult in the house because Katie was going to be getting her surgeries. He wasn't giving me money. He wasn't helping me live. I just needed somebody to be there. So I allowed him to live in my house. We didn't do stuff. I mean, occasionally, but for the most part, no. He had his little girlfriend and I went and did my thing and I took care of my kid and that was it. But he still lived there. We still slept next to one another for a year. You can sleep next to somebody for a year and have nothing happen. Trust me. Winning Rally, what's up, brother? I agree with Shelly. You should cover the Republican debate tonight. Shelly, remember when we were talking about how all these shooters journal? Yep, they do. And it makes me so hesitant because my therapist is always like, you should journal. I'm like, nah. Nah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, no, I feel like if I journal, I'm going to wind up a crazy person. At least my crazy now, I don't hurt anybody but me. Winning reality, why do you think they older? They do, all of them. And you'll find that that comes out in the news later and later and later. But they do, like they find out that they journal everything. And apparently the FBI like knew we were watching them. So let me get this straight. You can arrest people who've done nothing except like think about something or talk about something online. But yeah, people who have genuine plans to do horrendous things, you're just like, we'll just watch them, you know. Maybe we'll say we knew about them if they go through with it. That's some backwards bullshit right there. I know the Carolina one was leaked to Chowderhead. Yes, they all had them. The one in, I want to say Ohio as well, but I know that they just came out with the one in Iowa was trans and had a whole like video journal about it. But they knew because I don't even know what it was at the end of the day because I don't know the name. Absolutely was out there on social media talking about what they wanted to do, what they planned to do. Like, I don't plan on hurting anybody ever. The only person I hurt is me. Yeah, that's what I do. And I don't want to do that either, to be honest. But I'm not a threat. Do they see me as a threat? Maybe because of the stuff I talk about. But like, if I came out here and said, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, I fully expect to have knocks on that door, like boom, boom, boom. I expect that. It doesn't happen for these people. They get away with whatever they want. You knew they were going to do it and yet you let them. Oh, well, you can't get them before the crime. Really? Because I know a certain president who didn't say what you said he said, and yet you're trying to convict him of shit that he didn't do. How does that work? Oh, it only works the way you want it to work. It only works for your narrative, your agenda, to, do what you want it to do. That's where, again, this shit piles up and it makes me feel helpless and it aggravates me. And I get so angry that I'm just like, what am I doing here? Why do I keep doing this? Like, I have one teeny tiny little voice. Does it make a goddamn difference? Anywhere? But you know what? As long as I can help one person, even if that person is me, I'm going to keep going. I'm not quitting. I'm not letting them win. I'm not letting them win. They could take as many views as they want. They could do whatever they want from me. I don't care. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to get up here and bitch about it. I'm going to bitch about it hard. I don't like it. He gives her all the money. Instruction from the feds. I mean, look at Ray Epps. I mean, he's definitely, they might as well have just hung a sign around his neck that said Fed. Put the friggin' jacket on him with the letters on the back. Because you're going to give this man no jail time? Really? Really? And what are they going to say? Oh, well, he's old. Shut up. You put a grandma in prison. I don't want to hear it. There isn't going to be a Republican debate. Why not? It's going to be fucking Rhonda and Nikki arguing by themselves. Well, you know what? Sometimes it's fun to watch them and make fun of them. I enjoy making fun of them. Like, when the only thing that I wish they'd never put on that stage was that fucking tub of lard. Because if you don't have the energy to stand the fuck up and not lean on the podium the entire 2 hours, I'm supposed to, vote for you to, be a sloth in the freaking White House too? Fuck you, Christie. I hate him. Oh! There's that Jersey hate, though. But I have reason to hate that man. I'm going up to live, finally. I'm not. Winnie Rally, thanks for the sub, Flatty. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, you're going to love winning stuff. You really are. I mean, the conspiracy stuff that he debunks and he goes into, he's all about, like unveiling. That's the whole thing, unveiling. He unrigs the game. He wants you to know the truth behind what everybody's doing. He wants you to know, the root of the propaganda, where it came from, what it's doing, how it's affecting us. And it's all on there. And we make it a lot of fun. You got to see, like in chat, we are a very active chat. So you really have to come to one of the shows just so you can jump in there and you say whatever the hell you want to, because I'm the mod. We don't ban anybody unless you're like disrespectful to somebody in the chat. And even that, I'll take you on the side. They learned the JFK haircut back for yeah, huh? So they did something a little different with Nixon. Nixon, he was a pussy to begin with, but he had Kissinger pulling his strings. I think Kissinger is the Antichrist. I've always thought that. The fact that he's finally he just died, didn't he? It's like, shouldn't that have been the end of the world? And did he die, or did he just want to get out of it before the Epstein files dropped? Because that wasn't something that he could control. Technically, you can arrest people for crimes they haven't committed yet. So, what is that movie? Was it Minority Report? They had the thought police. That's some terrifying shit. That you just have a thought and they show up and they're like, "No, you're a menace to society." Oh God. T-Rex, I thought you were. Lady said, "I thought you were going to sleep. Stop with the FOMO." And get some rest. Mommy has spoken. Go to sleep. Shelly doesn't hurt people unless she's actively hitting them with her car, or if they listen. I was 19. Okay, I was 19. Or if they say you're not going to stab me, I was 29. Okay, you just want to stay away from me when my age ends in a 9. Apparently. Oh, I'm 49 now. Come at me. Let's go. Let's go. I'll have some fun. Vivek ain't going. Trump won't be there. Oh, wait, the fat man will still be there. Oh, good. He gets to simp for Nikki. It's horrible how he drools for her. It's disgusting. I'm like, you slob. Ugh, what a waste of humanity. So just DeSantis and Haley, no Rama. No, just a fat man drama. You're going to have dry, extra wet, and extra chunky. That'll be like an ice cream trifecta. Russ Swami is doing town hall with Tim Pool. Ooh, might be nice to do both of them. Rama doesn't have 50% or higher in the pools. Trump is doing his own town hall as he do. Of course he does. Why would he ever lower himself to talk to them? They're just going to do personal attacks. They haven't achieved anything policy-wise among across the board of them to compete with him. And they know that. They couldn't hold his jock. Fuck them. Yeah, we definitely don't want to live in a pre-crime world. No. But I would like them to take all these people with these horrible mental illnesses and, do something with them. Don't fund them. Don't make them more powerful. Don't back them up and be like, you're a cat today? That's wonderful. Any identity that you feel like, honey. No. Where did common sense go? I know I'm not big on common sense because, I'm very thiety most of the time. But where'd it go? And now we're not just ignoring or ostracizing those that are like that. Now we're trying to make them the standard. Oh no. Who was it? What's his name? Rob Schneider, the comedian, the one that he was on SNL or whatever. He made this whole joke. He was now the diversity people, the airline went out and said, we will not, we are changing our hiring policies. We are hiring pilots based on diversity. And he was like, wait, pilots? based on diversity, shouldn't you be hiring, I don't know, like the best pilots, the ones with skill? Like, yeah, I really hate that white dude in the cockpit that landed this plane successfully and safely. Fuck that. Give me somebody, that has to do with diversity. It's going to crash and kill us all. Like, I was hysterical because that's what they're doing. They're making everything so much worse by saying, Martin Luther King got up there and said, someday it's going to be you will not be judged by the color of your skin, but by the content of your character. And everybody turned around and said, fuck you nerds to that. We're going to judge purely based on skin color, on sexual orientation, on, religious background. And their skills mean nothing. Fuck that merit shit. We're not hiring anybody based on what they can do. They have to look a certain way. They have to act a certain way. They have to believe in the things that we do. If they don't have the right flags, then they can't work here. The only flag I'm concerned about is the American flag. That's the only one. If you support that, then let's see what you could do. Tell me what you got. How are you going to be a benefit to me? Why should I even look at your application? That's what matters to me. I don't give a shit how many letters you support. I really don't. In fact, the more letters you support, the lower on the total, the lower on the hierarchy you're going to get with me. You lose credibility the more you say, I'm all for pride and I'm all for this and I'm all. No. I have tons of gay friends. None of them are like that. In fact, most, even like Christine, I used to say, well, why don't you you don't make everybody know. I mean, yeah, the haircut and the clothes, they know. But you never talk about it. She's like, I don't want to. She's like, I'm not going in fucking parade. Are you crazy? No, just leave me alone. Let me do my thing in private. That was always her thing. It's my private life. Why would I go out there and say, look at me, look at me? She's like, that's Donna's thing. Donna can go and do that. I hate it. But if she wants to do it, let her be happy. But she didn't want that. That was not her thing. She would very likely have gone through her entire life with nobody, and she'd have been happy if nobody knew she was a lesbian. And she just got to live that life in a little cabin off in the woods somewhere with Donna. That would have made her happier than a pig in shit. But no, there's the whole world out there. And she's just like, no. The day she told me that she was a Republican, I was like, wait, stop, back up. I was like, you? Because I was very Dem-minded because that's how I grew up. And I was like, how can you be one of those people? And she's like, because I'm not this. This is who I love. It has nothing to do with what I want, what I think, how I am. She's a cop. She's a very moralistic person. I always used to say she was my moral compass. If I ever wanted to know what I was doing wrong in my life, I would call Christine because she would tell me, oh, no, that's not how you know you're being stupid. Or, oh, she never, ever, ever sugarcoated shit. And it was just she had a much stronger moral compass than I did. I was very fuck it. I could rationalize my way out of anything. I could justify anything that I did. I lived to have fun. That's what I did. Did I take care of my kids? Absolutely. But I like to have fun. I like to wild out. I like to do the things that shocked people. Because that's where I was at that point. And I was encouraged to do that. Why? Because you're an individual, Shell. You're entitled to feel all those things. Go, run, do, be crazy. Fuck whoever you want. Because that's going to prove that you're a woman. Go do whatever you want. That's going to prove you're independent. Go tell these people off. Go spend your money. Go do whatever. It doesn't matter as long as you're doing what feels right for you. That's what they told me. And that's what I did. And I systematically fucked up my life. It was bad decision, bad decision, bad decision, bad decision, bad decision. Because all I lived for was me. And the century of the self. All I lived for was my gratification in that moment. It didn't matter that 10 minutes of fun was going to lead to 20 years of hardship and me fucking up the lives of other people. Yeah, that was not discussed. That was not even a thought in my head because I didn't know it was a possibility. Because they said, "Go do it. We support you. Here's money. Go have fun." Oh, you're pregnant? Here's money. Oh, you're gonna have a baby? Here's healthcare. I couldn't get healthcare without the baby. What kind of shit is that? I couldn't survive on my own unless I had that extra human. Did I have the extra human to do that? No. But did I find out that that's what I got when I had the extra human? I was like, wow, this is weird. You know, I had to fight for it the first time because they were like, you're not a minority. Bitch, look around. I am the minority in this room. I was legit the only white person in that room, including all the social workers and the welfare workers and whatever. Most of it was like Indian, I hate to say. They're all Hindus that were working there, and that, it was just like, okay. You had women coming in with 8, 9, 10 children, just all snot-nosed and like dirty clothes running behind them. Meanwhile, the mother's sitting there with her jewelry on and her long nails and on her iPhone or whatever. What the hell? But your kids look like crap. And that's what we're creating in this world. That is the absolute truth. If you go to the welfare state, like to the welfare office, and you look, you got women pulling up in Mercedes. They get out, that man takes off. They long nails, tons of rings, big ass gold earrings. Their hair is all did. They got the like $400 weave on. And they woke up there wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt. Be like, oh, I need more food stamps. I need more of this. What? You're literally holding $1,000 phone in your hand that I guarantee is paid for. And then you got money like that where you get mad and throw that phone. I will not throw my phone. I might throw a pillow at you, but I ain't throwing my phone. I have a screen protector on my phone, front and back. And I have the friggin' like the honor thing going around so that if I drop it, it doesn't break. Because I can't afford another one. This bitch gotta last. But yet they're out here like, oh, whatever. And that's what I got to see. My sister, whenever she wants new furniture, she calls up the welfare office and she says she's got bed bugs. Oh my God, can't have the babies around bed bugs. Okay, so what you do is you just throw all your furniture out, take all your clothes, put them in bags, throw them out, come down, and we'll give you a voucher. I don't want to go. Okay, we'll mail it to you. Oh, I don't want. We'll put it on your card. Oh, and she gets to go to their little warehouse, and she picks out whatever the fuck she wants. She's got nicer furniture than I do, and I fucking scrimped and saved for my furniture. But no, she gets it whenever she wants. It's a racket, and they know how to play it. She got a car through welfare. The fuck? How do you do that? I just told them that, the baby has a lot of appointments, a lot of doctor appointments, and I need transportation, and they got me transportation. I tried that. I tried to get a handicap van for my daughter when she had the casts on both legs, and then she got the Botox and couldn't walk at all for like a whole year. And they were like, no, they laughed at me. They were like, call a cab. They gave me a number. They said, here, call Logisticare. They'll set up transportation for you. It just takes a couple hours for them to get there, and then you'll have to wait. So it takes the entire day to do one appointment. That was their solution. She wants a car. She got a car. And they give her a stipend for the insurance. Explain to me what I'm doing wrong. What am I doing wrong? I worked my whole life, and I felt guilty when I had to go on food stamps. I worked my whole life. I've been paying taxes or filing taxes at least since I'm 16 years old. I never made enough where I had to pay them back. 1 year I owed them like $800 and it killed me. Because I was like, why do I owe you? Always take money out of my pay. Why do I still owe you money? You didn't do shit for me. But that's where we're at as a country. If you don't work, you got it made. Hell, if you're not even a citizen, you got it made. But if you're a citizen who works, fuck you. Fuck you. I watched another show that said that last year, something like only like 2 million people got married. That's ridiculously low. And I feel like that's the agenda, man. Like, don't ever have somebody you could depend on. And don't ever have somebody who legally you could stand next to and be like, no. They want you isolated. They want you independent and poor and dependent on them. And then they get to run your life. The only thing is they don't need to run my life because they look at me and go, she's crap. She ain't going to do nothing else. She's just like, she's fodder. We don't even need to worry about her. Gutters Pub said, when my hubs and I first got married, I threw my ring at him. He kept it for 2 days and I never did that again. Good for him. Those rings are expensive. I know. I bought my own. It was expensive. I mean, mine really wasn't because I inherited the diamond, to be quite frank. But his ring was friggin' expensive. When we got divorced, I was like, give me. Because you gave it to me. Fuck you. You didn't hold up your end of the bargain. Give me the ring back. I will cut it off your finger when you're sleeping. Give me the ring back. And he did. And I sold it. I paid for a whole month's rent. Because gold was really high when I sold it. It was really good. I did really good. But I mean, I sold my grandmother's gold fillings. For some reason, when she died, I wound up with all her jewelry, which was all crap anyway. And I went through her jewelry box and I was like, why are there teeth? You know what it is to open a drawer and expect to see earrings and there's just teeth? It's just, oh. And I told my mother, she was like, oh, those are her gold fillings. Gotta go. It's time for med. Good night, Rabbit. I mean, take some rest, would you please? Take care of you. And congratulations on the Make-A-Wish for your great-granddaughter. And congratulations on the new baby being born. And I am crossing my fingers and hoping that the new baby girl coming in February, that your great-granddaughter's around to see it. I do. Because I think that's a beautiful thing. So have a great day, Rabbit. And you take care of yourself. Wow, Rumble just kind of went off. I'm trying to keep up with both. It ain't that easy, folks. It's really not. Especially when you have Darth and Castro in the one. And they could have a whole freaking conversation just between themselves. Which I see you've done. I got to go back. Oh, I can't even. You're all talking about politics? Stop. You know it's right over my head. In the future, we'll be judged based on whether we have a brain or a CPU. You know, that whole Neuralink thing. We talked about that the other day. Winning and I were talking about it. And I think we were on panel when we were talking about it, or on air when we were talking about it. And I said, you know, I don't want them in my head. But if they were to tell me that they could fix Katie, like she would be able to walk perfectly and, you know, she wouldn't have any mental issues, like no mental retardation, that she would be high functioning or whatever, I don't think I'd even blink. I don't think I'd hesitate at all. She might not be up for it, but I want her to have that life. Am I willing to sacrifice some of her whatever autonomy for it? I am, yeah. Because she's been held back in so many different things. She hasn't experienced 10% of the shit that I've done in life. And I want that for her. You know, I want her to be able to just go. to be like everybody else. I want her to be healthy and not have joint pain or whatever. So yeah, if they said, okay, if we just put this chip in her head, she'll be perfect, like she'll be a regular functioning adult. Yeah, do it. Do it. Well, the risk is that, someday we might take her over. I don't care. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Because she's not living the life that I set her up to live. Maybe she doesn't notice the difference. I do. It doesn't bother her. It bothers me. And that's a very shitty place to be. But I mean, for your kids, what wouldn't you do? Hell, you could convince me that if I got the damn Neuralink, she'd be fine. I'd be like, all right, just say, but it's going to kill you. That's all right, kill me. Just as long as she's good. As long as she's good. I've lived my life. Is it what I want? No. But if I have to give up, if I have to sacrifice like that so that she can live a happy, fulfilled life, then I'll do it. And that's where they have us. That's all they have to do is they find the need, that desperation. Try getting a lawyer when you go up against a hospital that has your financial information and have a whole team of lawyers. Yep. It's like, they used to say in the casinos, the house always wins. And they do. Because they're the ones with all the money, all the control, and all the power. They have the backing. They own the judges. They own the cops. They own, in their area, they know who to pay off. I grew up that way. I mean, I personally didn't get the benefit from it, but I saw it all around me. Who looked away when certain people did things? Be like, oh, we have proof. Proof of what? Proof of a crime that you can't prove happened? Well, but it happened. There's no proof of it, though. Well, that person, I don't know where they went. They just took off. It's amazing how witnesses just disappear. You can't leave town if you owe somebody $5. But if you kill somebody and somebody wants to get you away, you're in friggin' El Salvador in 2 hours when it takes 12 hours to get there. It's miraculous how you could be just disappeared if you got the right friends. I can't get my Rumble to hook back up to my YouTube. It's pissing me off. Why they gotta fuck with you? Oh, that happened to me. I always had all my shows, always went and made a copy on Rumble. And then a month ago, it just stopped. No, 2 months ago, just stopped. And I didn't know it. Ayo, I have awakened. Yes, you have. Kyle is a mixed bag. He reminds me of some guys I work with in the Army. Not too bright, but capable enough, and the heart is in the right place. Kyle who? See, you and Dark talked so much, there's no way I'm going back and reading all that. I love you both, but you're both talking up here, and I can't. I can't do it. There's so much because you guys are rapid fire. I get maintaining content creation on YouTube. You have to be dual streaming. I am. I'm dual streaming. Oh, Fat House. All right. I know who you're talking about now. I mean, yeah. The thing with him is he's a baby. He's still a baby. I think he looks like a lesbian. Anybody else think he looks like a butch lesbian? Or is it just me? Because I look at him and he doesn't he's not manly. He's, dyke manly. It's just, I don't know. It's a look. I mean, I know a lot of butch dykes, but I mean, that's what he reminds me of. He's an adorable little thing, but he's very young. He's very young. No, he's just got a fat face. I mean, he's got a round face. He hasn't lost his baby fat yet. The dude is what, 19, 20? He still can't drink. He's not old enough to drink. So, I mean, he could still go to the pediatrician for another, 5-6 years. legally, which I think is really gross. LOL, Shelly, all at talking trash and trouse. That would not be me. I don't know what a trough is. I know what a trough is. I know a lot of people who look like they eat out of them. Don't need to read all my shit. Can you summarize? Just summarize. I mean, if you summarize, I'm good. Oh, there was a coconut water. Thank you, Kate. Go away. I'm live. Every time. It never fails. It never fails. I wonder if my children think I'm sitting here just talking to myself. Because they're just like, hey, Ma, no, go away. You see me talking. I'm laughing. Do I often sit here and laugh to myself? They probably just think I'm just talking to Winnie, but whatever. Yeah, my Rumble is all screwed up. But I am doing it to Rumble today. So I'm going to try to make a habit of that. I purposely didn't do the Facebook thing because I've streamed to Facebook every single thing I've ever done, and I don't even know if there's anybody on Facebook following it because I don't log into Facebook. I don't remember my login. So if that connection goes away, like it's screwed because I really don't remember the login. And I don't want to go through the whole password thing. It's bullshit. I would love to know why Washington, D.C. keeps calling me, though. That's like the 5th call. Hunter Biden unexpectedly shows up at the House hearing to consider moving forward with holding him in criminal contempt. Oh, did he go in front again and say, I'm here to answer questions and then leave again? Because that was funny. That was hilarious to me. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Yay, Rumble, where we actually pretend to have free speech until they attack the servers. Yep. Probably a scam call. That's all I get is scam call and scam texts. And they're all political. It's so crazy. They're all like, hey, we need your money. Fuck you. I need my money. I need your money. How about we reverse this? Can I text you back and be like, oh, really? Can I get a loan that I'll never pay back and have no interest? Because just give me money. Ayo, I brought you up before. I forget what the hell we were talking about. I brought up the thing that you sent me. What was it? I don't know. But I told them about we were talking about like the Ecuadorian gunman that went into like a TV news broadcast and like they stormed it like fully armed. There was like 13 guys. And then I went and I looked into it a little bit more. You mean a grant, not a loan? I mean like a gift. That's what I mean. Because I don't want to pay taxes on it either. So it's got to be a gift. But it wasn't just that news station. They did that at 28 or so other businesses throughout that city in Ecuador because they're trying to like do an uprising. The thing is, 100 to 200 people, that's not really an uprising, even in Ecuador. You don't pay back a grant. I know, I had Pell Grants. Everybody's like, oh, get a Pell Grant. They only ever gave me like $2,500. I was like, do you realize how much the college is charging me? I don't understand why college is so expensive, especially when they don't teach you shit. I didn't learn a damn thing in college except my social security number. That's the only thing I remember from college. Because that's your identifier. And boy, we were willy-nilly with that social security number. My social security number was on my ID. Anybody could have freaking got it. Now it's like, oh my God. I think back and I'm like, oh, thank God we didn't have like that kind of identity theft at the time. That came later. I missed it by like maybe 5 to 10 years. But yeah, my freaking social, the whole social was on everything. Everything. You signed in with your social. You sat at the register. If you didn't have your freaking ID with you, they were like, all right, what's the number? All the digits. Anybody could hear you. And it was just like, okay. They could have been recording that shit and be like, okay, I got this person, I got that person, I got that person. They'd be like, verify with your name. Like, so now you have my name and my social. Awesome. If they actually made college go back to being what it was supposed to be, they wouldn't have to subsidize so much bullshit. Listen, I took the women's studies course and I couldn't do it. I literally got told to leave because I laughed so many times. Because even with my dem mindset, I still thought they were hilarious. Because she was spouting all this shit, and it was nothing that I grew up with. And I was just like, everything she'd say, I'd be, or I'd go, yeah, all my little nonverbals. And she was like, "This is not the class for you." And the only reason she let me in was and I had to get signed into that course, was because she had seen me on campus and she had seen me with lesbians. So she assumed, okay, in I go. And that was in 1990. When did I take that class? 1994. And if I hadn't been like hanging out with softball players or whatever, I was not going to get into that class. I went into that class. It was like walking into the unwashed masses. There was so many matty haired, like armpit hairy people with like beads and tie dye and just the whole look. I was like, no, that was not the place for me. Not the place. On rare occasion, like the most unkempt I ever looked going to class was if Christine dragged me out of bed and I went in my pajamas. That was the only time. Like my hair would look like, somebody fucked me and ran. But I still smelled pretty. The makeup was on. Because I could put my makeup on in 2 minutes or less. Easy. 1, 2, 3, boom. I never left the house without makeup on. It was like my war paint. Wait, Shelly's not a lesbian? No. I'm really good at it, and I do enjoy it. But yeah, I can't live without dick. I'm sorry. It's just... I came to that realization a couple years ago. They were like, if you had to choose... I can't live without dick. Can't do it. Can't do it. And don't say, oh, you could buy... No, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's just not. You didn't smell patchouli and be out. No, it smelled like farts and eczema. That's what it smelled like. You walk in there and that's what it smelled like. Farts and eczema. That was it. Every single one of them. He is a proper Victorian era. No, they didn't wash Victorian people. Like their hygiene was terrible. But they were very Victorian. I don't think any of them ever encountered soap or a razor or, I don't know, a comb. Something. Like, farts and eczema, that's even worse. No, it isn't. Just imagine, it was one class. That was enough for me. It was enough. And she refused to give me like a pass, like without pass fail. I was like, fuck it, pass fail me then. Like withdraw fail me. That's what she did. She withdrew fail me. I went right to my counselor and I was like, this bitch. And she was like, yeah, I'm changing that. And she just put withdrawn. She's like, now you need another one. So what did I wind up taking? Friggin', yeah. I wound up going from women's studies to anatomy 101 for nurses. So it was just like, great. I was so fucked that year. I was just like, when I got pregnant, I was like, oh, thank Christ. Because that was the only way I was going to ever get away from that. I just kept digging the hole and burying myself deeper and deeper and deeper. Damn it, T, stop destroying my compliments with historical facts. It's true, though. Did you ever see what those Victorian people considered hygienic? Ew. No wonder why the plague was an issue. They no, gross. No. They're like, oh, they thought it was like unhealthy if you took a bath more than like once a month or something. It was purely just whore baths. Just pits and, like privates. That was it. It's like, great. That's great. You must have smelled real cute, especially underneath all those layers and layers and layers and the wigs with the lice. I'm a modern Victoria No, I'm just me. I don't like labels. I'm me. I'm very fluid. You know, I bend. I'm very bendy. Even with all my issues, I'm still bendy. But I mean, that's a good thing. If you don't bend, you break. And ain't nobody breaking me. Not for any reason under the sun. There was other stuff that I meant to talk about. Anyway, I just like the stuff that we covered. I like that y'all are here. Today started out real frustrating. Like super, super frustrating. Gutters Pub, she's flexible. Girl, you have no idea. Let's just say in gymnastics, the bridge was not a problem. It was me, like, I wanted to crawl back under. Like, I wanted to make a circle. Jiggity. I wish I was as flexible as I used to be. I really do. But with age comes just, oh no. And this whole joint problem I got going on, it's just like, all right, I really need to start like doing some yoga. Oh my goodness. I got a bone to pick with Valhalla. He put a short up the other day. I didn't even look at it because I was so aggravated when I saw it in my notifications. He put goat yoga ? And I was like, this motherfucker right here. Because I told him when I first met him, oh, you should do goat yoga. And he laughed at me. He was like, oh, like, do it. What that they get to do yoga like in every. He would have such a following if he did goat yoga. Just do the goat yoga. That's all. And then he goes and brings it up like it's something new. I was so mad. I was like, see, because it's not like I mentioned it once. I brought it up again and again and again and again because I really thought it would make his channel like really take off. You know, it's minimal work. You take off, and I wanted to see it. Especially when he had all the babies at the time. That would have been so super adorbs. And now he goes and brings it up. Gutters Pop makes me think about a joke about being able to pleasure yourself. Bendy. Girl, if I ain't doing it myself, it ain't getting done. I mean, let's face it. I'm by myself here. I have a drawer literally full of bullets. And I'm not talking about the pew pew kind. No. Like, I will get that job done. If I didn't take that in hand myself, no pun intended, I would be the bitchiest person out here. You can tell when I haven't, like, he said, okay, TMI. No, it's not. Be quiet. Get your mind out of yourself, Gutter. That's why she runs that pub. But no, like you, no, I would, you do not want to encounter me. Y'all can tell when I've gone a while without, because I get very snippy. Very snippy. Hetero flexible. No, see, apparently I've been convinced that that bisexuality is not a lifestyle that I ascribe to. It's more of a fetish for me. And I can't fucking argue it because I don't live that lifestyle. Do I enjoy doing it every once in a while? Yeah. But that's more of a kink for me than it is like something that I ascribe to. Which is why the lesbians have such a hard time with me. They're like, pick a side. I'm like, you're not going to like the side I pick. You're really not. So like, let's not go there. I told you, I can't give up men. I can't. I like we had this whole conversation on Monday. I like me a man. Like, I like a manly man. If I wanted to be with some soft soy bitch, I'd be with a girl. I mean, that's where I'm at. I don't mince words. Flat chested. I can't believe how much we have in common. Right down to, well, we can't be. Yeah. See, the fact that you call yourself flat chested, that's the only thing maybe we don't have in common. As someone once said, you sound like you have big boobs. I honestly don't think they're big. I don't. But I've been told different way too many times. And I've said to like my friends, I'm like, they're not that big. They're like, yes, they are. No, they're not. From your angle, maybe they don't look that big. From my angle, they're big. I'm like, all right, I'll drop them on your fucking face, and then we'll find out. But see, that's the way I go. I'm glad you found a nice place to come, Flynn. I'm glad you feel welcome here, because I love when new people come in. They're like, wow, where have you been? Like, why didn't I know about you? Just come on in. We're all old friends. Whether we know each other 5 minutes or 5 months, it doesn't matter. We're all friends here. We don't do the whole beefing thing with each other. It's just, we have differences of opinion. We have different takes on things, but we talk about it. We don't argue. We don't belittle each other. There's no personal attacks. If that happens, usually like somebody will say, okay, we're not doing that. You and me are going to go have a talk. And that's what happens. And then they come back and they're like, all right, it's a whole different, attitude when they come back. They're like, all right, I didn't know. Even my trolls, I love when the trolls come in and they're like, they try to troll and I like flirt with them or whatever. And they're just like, oh, I like it here. And then they become just part of the crew. And then they see the trolls come in. They're like, nah. So, I mean, like I have Sean D. Sarcasm. I know you had to have come across him at some point. Although I don't think a whole lot of people come across him or with him. But you might have known about him. He came in as a troll. Yeah, he came in as a troll. He tried his damnedest to troll, and he was asking all these weird questions, and I was just answering them. And he was like, wow. He was like, you people are kind of cool in here. Like, you're just answering questions. He tried calling me Trish to aggravate me because, he was like, oh, Trish, because that's not my name. And now when he's around, like, if he doesn't call me Trish, I feel a little hurt. I'm like, I miss you. Come call me Trish. And he does. He'll come in and he'll reserve the Trish for, when I get the pat on the head. Mine ain't flat, they're non-existent, literally. Ah, okay. Ooh. Well, I don't really know what to say to that. The first thing that popped into my head is people say I have the biggest balls on the planet, but mine are really non-existent. Mine are just, I carry them on my chest. Lady Awesome said, around here, you feel like we've all been friends for years. And that was the point. That was the point. Hey, I love our little troll, Sean. Oh, absolutely. But I will never let him, like, get away with shit. He knows that. I'll have private conversations with him. We'll be fine. And then he'll get in the thing and he'll call me a name. I'll call him a name. And it's like, But I love him to death. I'm just never going to let him, like, get an ego around here. It's fun to crack on him, and he cracks on me all the time, but it's done out of love. It's never malicious. But like the whole thing with you can never satisfy anyone, that's a rolling joke between the two of us. He's just like, I satisfy everybody, I wouldn't, whatever, like back and forth. I like somebody I can banter with, and I can always banter with him. And we get dirty sometimes. And then he's like, all right, I'm out. It's just like, you crossed the line. I'm like, oh, come on. But it's just because he can't keep up. I know the truth. He knows it too. I like trolls because they don't stay trolls when they come here. They realize that, okay, I don't have to be an asshole here to get attention. I could just be myself. Even if myself is a bit of an asshole, they still like me. Yep. We embrace all types here. Hell, I'm an asshole. I'm such an asshole. And I'm abrasive. And I am rude sometimes. And I say things that after I say them, I'm like, maybe that should have been an inside thought, Shell. Like, maybe you shouldn't have said that. Fuck it. But yeah, no, I like it. I like what we have here. I like how everybody is. And nobody ever feels like they're intruding. They don't feel like, oh, I shouldn't say anything. If they have something to say, they say it. Doesn't matter. Uh, Dart said, I mean, I'ma still live under this bridge though. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, who cares? I like that kind of personality in small doses. Like they never come here and just like it's just asshole 24/7. No, they throw something out. If it doesn't land, they go back to being who they normally are. Flat said, I'm gutted that I've only just found you, but I'm glad I found you. Aw. See, that's what I come here for. I don't need numbers like outrageous numbers. I just need people who come here and they're comfortable and they're fun. I love when people come in and they're like, I needed this today. And we do that a lot. We do that for each other. It's not just me. It's my chatters. Chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all. And I will stick to that till the day I die, because without my chat, I got nothing. I sit here for hours upon hours by myself, talking to you guys. That's what I do. Sometimes I usually have topics, but with me getting like over everything and everything that's been going on with the holidays and then rebounding from all that bullshit, I haven't had the head to do the research. So I've been talking more about current stuff. You're definitely in the right place. Well, you are welcome here always. Make sure I'm sure somebody could send you the Discord if you're on Discord. It's the same thing. It's just talking trash and truths or whatever. You can find me anywhere. Come in. Sometimes we do voice chats or whatever. We'll just sit and hang out. But it's mostly I'm here. I'm either here or I'm on Winning's channel. Like I'm modding for him or I'm on his channel. Those are the two places you're always going to find me. Chat is asshole. It is not Darth. Brilliant, but asshole. I enjoy, they keep me grounded. They keep me real. And they keep me accountable. I have to be me. Because if I act out of the way, they call me on it. Wait a minute. There's a Discord? Shut up. No, I like that they keep me real. And my chat has been with me through so many traumas. I mean, we literally I'm in a really good place now, but if you'd have chimed in 6 months ago, it was crying every day. Every day. But the reason I worked through my traumas on here was so that the people who experienced the same things, they could do it too, but they could do it privately. Or if they wanted to reach out to me, behind the scenes, that's what they would do. And I'd talk to them there. I didn't want anybody to think they were alone. That's my main theme. You ask Darth, ask Winnie, ask anybody. I don't want anybody to feel like they don't have somebody in their corner. No matter what, you will find somebody here that will help you. Somebody, even if it's just to hold your hand while you're going through something. That's what we're here for. Is that it? We've trauma bonded. We didn't drama bond. We trauma bond. No, but I mean, you guys, we could have, but you guys have seen me at my worst. Literally, you've seen me on death's door. You were there when I was in the hospital dying. And I went through it. I came through it because I had all of you. Because there was something out there that gave me purpose. It wasn't just my kids. I knew my kids would be fine. I knew somebody would take care of my kids. Was I going to fight for them? Absolutely. But I needed more than that. And I found it. I had you guys. And then I wound up having somebody who called me back and didn't even know it. And that's what kept me going. That's what healed so much of me. I understand your typos. I know. Can you put a link for the Discord? Can somebody, y'all have righteous. Somebody throw a Discord link out there, please. Because I have so many tabs open with Rumble. I don't like that Rumble's not integrated into StreamYards as far as chat. That I have to have them going side by side. That makes me crazy. Because it's so much. I have to get used to it, and I will. I want my money back. Yeah. But I mean, we don't die in Discord. We don't like sit there like 24 hours a day, because that way lies cult behavior. And we don't do that. I like independence. I like us to all be friends, but I don't require you to be here. I don't expect you to be here. I think there's room for everybody. You know, if you don't like what I'm talking about, guess what? There's like 8 other people that I know that are streaming at the same time. Go ahead, go check them out. Leave a like. That's the other thing I like. Leave a like, because YouTube is asshole. But go ahead, go listen to them. Maybe you do the restream. I have ones that are purely restream. Castro makes sure to always tell me when he misses something. He's like, restream, girl. He leaves me a message. That actually makes me feel really good when he does that, because I know that he's like checking in. But no, I'm not like, oh, it's my channel, it's my show. No, it's all of us, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. But I don't expect you to be purely just right here. Branch out, you know. And I cross promote all the time. I promote other people's channels. I'm always going on about winning. I mean, because he's winning, but I will always promote his stuff. I'm over there all the time. Either I'm on the friggin' panel or I'm in the chat. You're never going to see one of his shows where I'm not somewhere. Maybe it's not that healthy, but for me, it works. It works for me. That's my person. In case you're new here, that is my person. I stick with him. He sticks with me. But yeah, like I love Shizzy. I'll go over to Shizzy's. I'll go over to Jessica. I'll go over to Expert. I'll go over to Mo in the morning. I'll go to Gutter Pup. I make sure to drop in Broken Baker. I drop in and I'm just like, all right, I can't stay. Just want to leave a like. Love yous. Gotta go. You know, but I make sure to like hit them and give them at least like that 5-minute window where it registers. And then I'll go back. You know, if I don't have time, like I'll go back at night. I have this thing where I have like, I do the watch later, and that I have a hard time falling asleep. So I just watch a lot of people like late at night, or I just listen to them, and I listen to them in my sleep. And believe it or not, it does work for me, because I wake up frequently throughout the night. So like I'll wake up and be like, oh, that's interesting. And I go back, and then I'll listen for 15 minutes before I like fall asleep again. I do that with Nick all the time. And he's just like, did you hear? I'm like, just tell me where it was, because I watched it, but that's not the part that I was awake for. You fell asleep during my show? Sure did. Bitch, you go for like 5 hours across 3 platforms. Of course I fell asleep. Like, I mean, not all of us are fueled by alcohol all the fucking time. I don't drink, so I'm not sitting here partying and going, yeah, Nick. I listen. Sometimes it's really interesting and I can stay awake. Sometimes it gets a little wordy. Sometimes I really hate his guest and I won't watch. And he's like, why don't you? I don't like that person. Well, I mean, if you hate them, you could still watch, because I'm that. No, you like, they irritate me. I can't watch. I can't. So I like Camelot, right? As a person, I've seen him be sweet and whatever, but I can't listen to him for more than like a minute, because I want to put his face through a window. Like, because when he starts talking about Hitter and the Pisser and everything else, I can't. I'm like, you're too crude even for me. And that's just like, that's just not my sense of humor. And I'm as vulgar as they go, but he just, it's gross. I don't like it. Speak for yourself, drinks. You stop that. You were doing so good. Stop it. Look, Nick is doing that whole sober January thing or whatever. I'm like, what day is it? It's only the 10th day into January. I know he feels like it's like a year long. Kumalat is a fucking titiri. Yeah, he really is. But I think he's adorable. I just wish he'd admit he's gay. And yes, Camelot, you can take that to the bank. I think you're gay. And that's okay. It's okay to be gay. Just don't pretend like you're not. Ain't nobody wearing those jeans you wear that ain't gay. I'm sorry. It's just that's how I feel. And I love fucking with him. He doesn't even know I exist at this point. It's just like whatever. And I'm glad. I'd rather stay off his radar. Because that way lies trouble. He's beefing with a whole bunch of people right now. I think it's hilarious. But yeah, I didn't like him on Nick's thing because it wasn't Nick's vibe. That wasn't what Nick, did. And then all of a sudden he was a teenager again. I was like, bro, you realize you have 5 kids. You're not in college. You're not a frat boy. Stop it. You're not a hillbilly frat boy. Like, you need to stop. This is so not a good look for you. And it really wasn't. And I do not pull my punches. I told him that many, many, many times. I mean, Shelly thinks you're gay. I think you're... I can't say that on here. I can't say that on YouTube. But I get it. He's a pasta azul. That's what I should call them. That'll be my code word on YouTube. Pasta azul. For that. Don't know Camelot. I bet he eats ham a lot. No, he gets naked and drinks milk with egg and whatever in it. I don't know. Nick is sucking that Ralph Male peen again. No, I mean he's trying. Okay, he's trying to find his footing again. You know damn well I will always be loyal to Nick. It don't matter if he's right or wrong. I'm still gonna back him up. I'll just privately tell him he's wrong. Lady on my southern drawl does appeal to everyone. I thought you were going to say his accent. That's something I think about when I want to do channel content. My southern drawl doesn't appeal to everyone. No, I like the accent. Listen, there's nothing I love more than a drawl. Listen, like that can, that goes right along with a tool belt, girl. But no, it's the things that he says, not the way that he says it. It's the words he uses. It's so, but sometimes he will make me laugh with his stupidity. The chick that he went on the friggin' blind date with, when he did, I don't know, the Tinder or whatever the fuck it was, and he showed up and he was like, you don't want to eat. She didn't want to eat. He was like, you're a big girl. Like, I know you eat. And then come to find out at the end of the date that she had 5 appetizers before he got there and he had to pay for them. That to me was the funniest fucking story. And I was like, he still banged her. You know he did. He was like, I paid for 5 appetizers. I'm getting something out of it. Like, but I think it was hilarious that she went there early, ordered 5, not just 1, 2, 5 appetizers, ate them all by herself. And then when he showed up, she was like, no, I'll just have a salad. Like, oh, stop. Like, I'm sorry, gentlemen, if you go out with a woman who does not order real food, don't be with that woman. That is a red flag. That is a huge red flag. Don't do it. Because that means she's hiding something. She doesn't want you to think she eats. Everybody eats. Okay? Now, if you go out with a woman and she says, oh, we're going for that burger. Well, this place has way better burgers and it's whatever. Marry that woman. If she knows where the good food is at, just go. Go with her. Go. Trust her. She will keep you nice and fed and fucked every time. Because if a bitch wants you to think that she lives on salad, she's not going to be freewheeling in the bedroom either. Trust me, there's a correlation. There is a correlation. If she's munching on carrots at the, restaurant, she's not going to munch on your carrot later. Okay? It's not going to happen. You could take that to the bank. I will fight you. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. How did we get into this topic? Jesus Christ. I usually try to keep it like more above board, but today's just a wacky day. It's Wacky Wednesday. And I did say that it could go anywhere. I said, let's get weird. We sure did. So yeah, so that's basically, you know, where I'm at with everything. He eats ham a lot. He dates pigs. I know that much. I don't know if he's eating the ham though. I doubt it. Yeah, I don't think he's actually like, he might get hookworms. I'm going to hell. So whatever. I woke up in a very strange mood. Nick is on point with all the government versus freedom shit. All right, so when it comes to constitutional stuff, that is his wheelhouse. It is. I mean, he teaches classes to, like, he does the homeschooling where he goes to the co-ops or whatever, and he teaches constitutional law to these kids. But that's where he really shines, because that's his passion. You know, he'll tell you he's a libertarian. I don't know if he's a libertarian so much as he just wants to do what he wants to do. But I guess there's aspects of libertarianism. I just don't know if he's full libertarianism. I don't know if he's a full libertarian. I do know that he's a constitutionalist. I do know that he wants the government the fuck out of his business as much as possible. And I'm on board for that. I am on board for that. And that's one of the things that I didn't know about until I met him. And when he started spouting all this stuff, I was like, oh my God, really? And I'd look into it and be like, oh my God, he was right. And he'd drop another truth. And I'd be like, I never heard that. That can't be right. Oh my God, he's right. You know, and it was this constant flow of truths being like revealed to me that I had never expected. And it changed me fundamentally as a person. And then I go from him and I meet Winning, and it's like, oh, okay, so here's another one, you know, reveal. And I'm like, nah. Oh shit, he's telling the truth. Oh shit, he's right. Oh my God, really? Everything was a shock to me because I was living in this little itty bitty fishbowl, and I was swallowing every single point of bullshit that they gave me because I didn't know enough to know that it was bullshit. Because everybody around me believed the same things. It literally was hive mind. And then when I started thinking differently, how quickly my friends fell off. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect them to turn around and call me a conspiracy theorist person, to call me anti-American, to say I was unpatriotic. I'm like, where are you getting this from? If anything, I'm hearing more to what this country was based on. Where are you going with it? You know, just because you have a thought doesn't make it a good one. Just because you say we can do this doesn't mean you should. You know, I'm all for tradition. If I had to pick like a label, I would be more traditionalist than I would be any kind of like independent minded, whatever, because I believe a society has to have a flow. Wolfkinder, how you doing, Wolfie? Now I got two wolves. Ooh. Ow. Werewolves of London, baby. Wolf sis, you're so cute, Wolfram. I love when Wolfram comes in and it's like, wash my paws or whatever you say. You're just like, all right. Clean myself up before I trot in. Every time I see you, I think of like Waggy Tails. I don't know why. Every single time. Wolfie is more like the wrap around you kind of wolf that, like, you know, goes in a circle like 15 times, then sits down right on you. That's how I picture Wolfie. But you're more like the whole, you know, Waggy Tail all the time. You strike me as like that husky that pushes the door open, is like, bitch, I'm here. Like, that's how you strike me. I'm a very visual person, like very visual thinker. So all of you have images in my head. I've never seen any of you. And yet, well, I've seen Darth. But you all have like these little, you know, caricatures in my head. I love y'all. Rabbit is the funniest. I told you, Rabbit's just always in a rocking chair on the porch with a cigarette in overalls, with a cigarette in one hand and the shotgun across her her lap, even though she told me that the shotgun's only for the coyotes. There you go. Wipes his paws, lopes in and howls. There you go. There you go. Every time. It makes me happy when you say that. It's so stupid. It's very easy to make me happy. That kind of stuff makes me happy. When Darth comes in and he starts like, that makes me happy. Because I know he's in a good mood as long as he's arguing. He's not being a dick. He's just arguing. He's like, and another thing, and another thing. And when he gets to be too much, I'm like, you go ahead. You go talk. I'm going to go sit over here with my 19th. Because that always sets him off again. He goes off on a different thing. He's like, you and your 19th. Fuck your 19th. Blah, blah, blah. It's hilarious to me. I enjoy it so much. Poke the bear. Poke it, poke it, poke it. Nothing better than Nick drunk off his ass debating and completely destroying the fucking troon. The day that he went up against Duncan, that fucking Riri. If nobody knows what I'm talking about, I'm sure some of you have seen it when he went against Duncan McClellis about the whole Keffels thing. Has anybody heard from Keffels at all? The useful idiot got used up and thrown away, and she, whatever the fuck it is, I forget what it started out as, didn't even realize it. Oh, I'm so powerful. Only while they need you. Only while they need you. And who's still here? Nick's still here. Where you at, bitch? Where you at, bitch? You ain't here. I love it. But the day that he got into it with him, I think I felt every emotion under the sun watching that, and I screamed the entire fucking time. I had to keep telling myself, don't break the computer, because I wanted to put my fist right through, because Duncan was irritating the shit out of me. I was like, oh my god, how are you like laughing this off? He's owning your ass and you're just like, ho 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 ho. You're picking up on like stupid little It still aggravates me. It does. And I mean, he completely owned him. And then Nick lost his channel for like, 2 days? I was at the sleep study place, ready to go to sleep. I get a text, your membership for Nick Rekieta has been paused. I was like, oh no. And then I went looking and they had taken his channel down. And I was, like, that was it for me. I was like, I'm never going to sleep tonight. The lady said, you woke up 11 times. Gee, I wonder why. Because I went to bed really fucking aggravated. But I mean, he got his channel back in 2 days, I think it took. We went on like a mass friggin' thing. I never tweeted that much in my life. That was ridiculous. Flat said the sun is just set here and the temperature has dropped drastically. Time to turn the heat up. Where are you at? That 5 hours ahead. So where are you? And are you in the UK? Like around that area? That's the only thing I could think of. As if you're around there. Because it's got to be you said like 5 o'clock or whatever. I mean, if the sun just went down, I'm guessing it's between 5 and 6. UK, yay! I guessed right. Yeah, that I'm listened to mainly in the United States and then the UK. That's where most of my peeps are at. My West Coast people don't love me so much because they're in their like 9th dream when I start this shit. They wake up and they're like, oh, I'm here. Oh, gotta go. They're like, God damn it. So they're my rewatch crew a lot of the time. Like I say, I'm on the East Coast. I'm in the real time zone as far as, the United States is concerned. It's 5 o'clock. Yeah. I've gotten used to like the European time zones, but I'm still, Australia still fucks me up. I don't know why. I can't keep up with it. Your YouTube tab died? Sorry, guys. Oh, I caught a chill. See, she said it got, she said it got cold or whatever. Flat said it got cold. See, I know you said female, but I never until you say I'm a girl, I'm a guy. Are you a girl? Just because it's in your name don't mean shit to me. People say that they're dragons in their names. I'm not going to call them dragon. I assume you're female, but I don't I've been told I assume too much, so I'm not assuming crap. Drops the Cordy's chew on it. Oops, sorry to. See, Wolfram did it to you. Eastern time is God's time. Thank you very much. Jacob said that was the only reason I opened a Twitter account. The Nick versus Duncan fiasco. Oh, yeah. My entire, you could go page after page after page. Everything was just, hey, YouTube, stop being an asshole. YouTube, bring back Nick. YouTube, da-da-da. It was horrible. I have an extra clock on my PC to keep track of time in Australia for Melissa Jane. Aw, that's so cute. Oh, you are a woman. Cool. You are a woman. Like I said, I don't assume. I don't, because I can't tell. It was like, oh, you couldn't tell? No, I couldn't tell. Can't tell by your name. Can't tell by the way you talk, because I've had people talk to me who I thought were women for months. They're men. And I'm like, but you're so and they're like, no, I just get you. And it's like, oh, okay. Or some might say an old lady. I would never say that. I am on the verge of turning 50. I would never call anybody an old lady. Nope. Old man, maybe. Old lady, no. Because fuck men, they got enough advantages. I'm kidding. I get irritated with men that get older because they get better with age. I really think they do. Until they hit that, that age where the balls drop. I don't know. The balls drop and the wrinkles start. I think the balls get heavier and it just pulls the rest of their skin down. And that's why they get wrinkled. But up until then, older dudes can get hot. I like that, they've learned. They're not that 22-year-old who's just happy to be fucking. They actually have moves. They have, they got something to offer. Dart said over 40. Yep, old lady. Bafangula, sara de mama quita mort. Okay, that's for you. The only reason I opened the Twitter account was Elon versus everybody. Oh, I had it bad for Elon Daddy. Daddy Elon was good in the beginning. And then he just, I still enjoy him. I think I enjoy him more now, but I just don't try to participate until they hit Malloy's age. I guess. I mean, some are, you're only a couple of years older than me. There you go. But old is relative. More like my relatives are old. Actually, they're all pretty much dead now. It's just my mother. She's mega old. That was part of the conversation that I had with my mother yesterday. And when I tell you I yelled. We fought on the phone for a good hour. And she just wasn't getting what I was saying. And finally, I was like, I don't give a fuck where your husband wants to move. Your husband is old like you. You're both gonna die. I have many decades ahead of me. I need to have a life that I could leave for my kids. I need to live. You got to live. You didn't raise me. You gave me to grandma. I don't have that luxury. I'm not that person. I actually took care of my kids. We got into it. I was not holding back. I was like, I don't give a fuck where he went. Let me tell you something. When push comes to shove, you had 3 fucking husbands, bitch. You got 1 kid. How about I get some of the fucking benefits of knowing you? Because I put up with your ass for the last 50 years. And trust me, it was not a walk in the park. You are not a wonderful fucking person to know. I put up with a lot of bullshit from you. This is my time. You are going to set me up so that I can have the life that you got to enjoy. And I never did. I did the responsible shit. I did the accountability. I was there. I sacrificed. You don't know shit about it. You are going to make it so that me and my kids live out the rest of our lives good. We are going to be safe and secure, and I will get what I want, and you will not fucking fight me on it. And if I don't want to move to South Carolina, I'm not fucking moving to South Carolina. And guess what? When you're on your deathbed, I'm not going to come visit you because you chose to live away from me. She did not enjoy that conversation at all. At all. My audio broke up a little because I yelled. I know. I yelled. My decibel went above what my mic likes. See, I told you when I yell, my daughter says that the walls shake. You haven't spoken to your mother since 2019? Yeah, no. I speak to my mother. I speak to her most days. We don't speak nicely. She does the whole martyr thing with, oh, woe is me and whatever, because, everything in the world is about her. And I do the God, you suck thing. And I usually just eat it. I just go, whatever, ma. But sometimes she comes out with things and I say, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And sometimes she needs to have the truth laid bare before her. And is it going to hurt her? Yep. Guess what? They're like, oh, don't you feel bad hurting your mother? No. You know why it hurts her? Because it's the truth. All that hurt that she's feeling in those 5 minutes, I've been feeling my whole life. Does she feel bad that she inflicted that on me? No. Guess what? I don't feel bad that I threw that shit back at her. Don't feel bad at all. But I'll be damned. It's my family. And I'm supposed to worry about her husband? No. He's got his own fucking family. He can deal with them. I've had to put up with these bitches my whole life. And he gets to reap the benefits? No. If we all come out winners, that's great. That's the ultimate goal for me. But you have cut me out of everything and stolen from me my whole life. You don't get to do it this time. I told her outright, you're 81 years old. Your life is over. She was like, thanks. It's true. What do you think, you're going to live to 120? You're not. You're not. It's just not going to happen. But wouldn't you like to leave this life knowing that you actually did what you were supposed to do in the end? And even if you don't care about that, I'm going to make sure it gets done. I never put my foot down with my mother and said, oh, you're going to do. No, this time I was like, no, you're going to do this. The Bible says, do not bring your children to wrath, because when you grow old, they will either take care of you or choose your nursing home. Unfortunately, because of who I am, I will always take care of my mother. That's just who I am. I took care of my grandmother. I mean, I lived in her house, but she couldn't live without me there. Everybody's always, you lived rent free. I lived rent free. I took care of that woman from the moment I woke up. I took care of all her wounds. None of you did that. I took her to the doctors. I made sure that she continued living a good life. None of you did that. None of you, dealt with the sores and everything. I dealt with that. So it wasn't a free fucking ride. It was me taking care of her because I loved her. I didn't do that for rent. I did it because I loved her. I could have lived on my own. I made a ton of money back then. But I couldn't have taken care of her if I lived somewhere else. Flat-chested. My mother is evil. It all ended when she thought I was lying about having cancer. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. That was it for you. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I wasn't lying about it, hence the name. Oh, honey, I am so sorry. I'm glad you're with us, though. I hope you kicked its ass. Yeah, no, you're new, so I have, I got the jibby jab because I had to for my job. And it wound up reawakening Lyme disease in my body that I didn't know I had from before. And that Lyme became virulent. It became chronic Lyme. I can't get rid of it. So it attacked my brain. It attacked my lymph system. It gave me lymphedema. It almost killed me. And last April, I was in the hospital and I was on death's door. And my mother for 2 weeks didn't visit me once except to drop off a laptop that I asked her to drop off and then to pick me up. Literally less than 5 minutes combined. She never came to see me, didn't call, didn't nothing. I was on my own. And she let me come home. She brought me home, dropped me off, didn't help me at all. Don't be sorry, I got the best sense of humor. All right. I'm glad you got a sense of humor. You got to be able to. I have a very dark sense of humor. So you'll find out I joke about weird shit because I have to. If I don't joke about it, I can't live with it. I can't process it. You have more watching on Rumble than on YouTube. Aw, that's awesome. Do I really? Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. Thanks for telling me, Darth. I love it. My surgeon didn't like me because I wouldn't take it seriously. Speaking of Rumble Tube, I need to set up tonight's stream. Oh, cool. You're going tonight too? You doing another law? Or are you doing the debate or what? I'm guessing you're doing the law. Shout out to the Rumbo gang. Not the Rubmo. Rubmo. Rubmo, Leighton Goose. Yes, the Rumble ghetto. I like my ghetto crew. Fuck it. But yeah, no, my mother didn't show up for the whole 2 weeks. She didn't give a crap. And I went back in right at the end of October for another 2 weeks. And before I went in, I let her have it. I told her, you're no kind of mother. The last time I went in there, I almost fucking died. You didn't even know it. I mean, I ripped her a new one. And do you know that she showed up every day? And she brought me coffee. Like the first 2 days she showed up, I was like, you have the nerve to come in here. You pass Dunkin' Donuts downstairs and don't bring me coffee? Really? And then she brought me a hot coffee. I was like, see, this is how little you know me. I don't drink hot coffee ever. And she's like, why wouldn't you drink hot coffee? Because I don't. I don't like it. It hurts my stomach. If you knew me, you'd know that. My chat even freaking knew that. And she was like, oh my God, well, then what do I get you? So I told her. And she showed up with it. And it meant so much to me that she did that because I was like, okay, she's trying. But the thing is, my mother doesn't try for long. You know, she tries, but it's as minimal as possible. That's why I'm not backing down. Like I need to move. She knows I need to move. I need to get out of here. And I told her, I said, you are not going to be the reason that I die in this fucking shoebox. It's not going to happen. And if you leave me here, I'm going to die. If I'm stuck in this apartment, I'm going to die. That's just... And she wasn't ready for that. She wasn't ready for it. And I think I finally got my point across. Because she was okay. And I made her cry. It's very hard to make my mother cry. She is not an emotional woman. She's a dramatic woman, but real emotion, no. She's good at turning on the melodrama. You know, the woe is me. She's the martyr to end all martyrs. But as far as feeling something for somebody else, no. So, yeah, I made her feel it. And I think I really got my point across like I did that time before I went into the hospital. You know, and sometimes you got to be like that with her. Shelly, I didn't know the background of your hospital stay. I started checking in on you after I caught your video from your hospital bed. Oh, Wolfie, I don't even know. I don't even know what I said from the hospital. We had a whole friggin' like birthday party like on Halloween, like before Halloween for winning. I know I met Steph, the alter nerd, in there. I don't remember any of it because they had me so drugged up. I had no clue what was going on. Even though I wasn't on like the psych meds anymore, because, women got me off them. I still had all these like super hardcore antibiotics, like that they were like pumping through me 24/7 simultaneously. And I was completely out of my fucking head with drugs and like pain pills and Xanax and just pain. So I have no clue who I talked to or anything. So whatever you heard, oh, Lord bless you for sticking around, because that was a shit show. Speaking of the debates, I want to do a real deep dive into candidate Vivek Swami. Come on, I like him. I just think he needs to grow, like mature. I remember the hospital stay. Lots of long reach and hand holding. Yep. That was when I think that was the height of our friendship, Dart. I will always remember that you held my hand through all that screaming, because I would just scream like you were killing me. I used to have double D's. I don't miss them. I ain't never gonna wear a bra again, and I'll never have saggy boobs. Aw. I get it. I remember when my aunt, she had one lump, and she was the only one of my aunts that had like substantial boobs. For the most part, I'm like the mammary winner in my family, but they're all like small chested. But she had more boobs than the rest, and she got one lump, and she went to die. She said, I'm not messing with this. Take them off. And he was like, no, you don't have to be. She was like, take them off. And I remember afterwards, the whole family was all, oh, I can't believe she did that. Da, da, da. And she talked to me, and she was like, I don't care what they say. She was like, it's not something I have to worry about now. She's like, it's not, they never defined who I was. They never, meant anything to me. And now they can't kill me. That bitch lived to 96. 96. And she was active, and she was, but she was like, I don't care. I don't care. It's just something I no longer ever have to worry about. She didn't want them replaced. She was like, nope, just take them up. And that's the end. No reconstructive surgery, no nothing. That was it for her. And that worked for her. It worked in her favor. And that was something she was like, I can go about my day and never have to give them a second thought. And that was good for her. So, I mean, I applaud you for doing that. Like, if you can, great. I don't know. I like my boobs. I play with my own boobs. It's fine. I do. But, I mean, if push came to shove and it's like another 30 years with your kids on this planet or have boobs, I'll take the 30 years. I am tiddlicious. I don't have to have them to be tiddlicious. Like, I am just big boobs. That's my personality. I have a big boob personality. They don't have to actually be there. They are, but they don't actually have to be there. So kudos to you. I like that you did that. I mean, I feel bad that you had to. But yeah, no, they took both of hers. They absolutely did. She was like, take them both. She wasn't fucking with it at all. She was like, why? So I have to go from mammograms every year that like kill me? Nope. Nope. Because she found out that, yeah, you still get tested, but they just do the ultrasound test. And and you're done. No pain, no smushing, no pulling, no stand on your tippy toes and like, so I can stretch your boob into like this huge freaking pancake and hurt you. Hold your breath. There's got to be an easier way. There's got to be. That is the most painful test. I would take a pap smear any day over that bullshit. And pap smears are no fun. But the mammograms, oh my God. Like, I think Marquis de Sade had to design that because it is torture. Torture. The video I saw was raw. You broken down and broke. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I broke your heart. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're here, though. listen, we came through it. I came through it. You know, listen, the day I left the hospital was the day I started my friendship with this, you know, green avatar motherfucker. And it's been good since then. I've gotten better and better and better. So that hospital stay, that brush with death had to happen. It opened my eyes to a lot of things. But when I listen to him, he has the sweet words. Obama had the sweet words too, though. Obama never once sounded as smart or as based as Vivek. They're completely different. Obama liked to say the things we like to hear. He was good at that. He was good at joking. I will give you that. He was very good at, you know, being like, hey, man, like throwing a diss in there to make him feel like one of us. But he wasn't. That's where Obama's strength was. Vivek actually says, oh no, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing that. He doesn't know how to be restrained yet, how to restrain himself. He doesn't know how not to step in it. So when he opens his mouth, I can hear the stream of consciousness coming out. And it's different. Obama was very calculated. It was very they're both used car salesmen. I mean, tell me a politician who isn't. The message has changed. I don't know. I haven't heard him this week. As far as I'm concerned, these politicians change week to week. But I do think he has a lot to learn. I just hope he learns the right things. Here we go. I mean, we'll see. I love the message. I love the message too. I love that he sounds like he's willing to call everybody out no matter what backlash he's going to get. That's what I like. He's not afraid yet. Notice I said yet. Because Obama was always, I'm going to say this, but I'm not going to say it till I'm halfway out the door and I'm not going to have to pay for it. Like notice his first term, he never said shit about Donald. He never said like shit about people that could come back and bite him in the ass. No, he waited until he was going out the door his second term. That's when he started like throwing all this, like throwing shade at everybody. But until then, he was highly calculated and very like, hey, I'm like you. I'm one of you. I'm relatable. I understand you. Vivek doesn't really say he understands us. He knows he's richer. He's more educated or whatever. But he's willing to say, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Yeah, I made mistakes. I've heard him say that. I have heard him say that. Brandon Tatum. I like Brandon Tatum. I like when he's like, black people, look at me. Stop it. Because how many times you want to say that to white people, but you can't. Because you can't look like you're like divided. No, but I don't see anybody white saying, I'm going, hey, white people, look at me. Stop doing that. Stop being a Karen. We just make fun of them. I mean, he literally did Roseanne Peterson and PB Dick. Okay. What's wrong with Roseanne? I happen to love Roseanne. Jordan Peterson, you know I have a thing for Jordan Peterson. I don't agree with everything with any of these people. But as long as the majority of what they stand for and what they say is something I agree with, I will continue to friggin' like them. Roseanne, I just like her personality because let's face it, she's me with money. Let's not, let's not mince words here. She's me, but successful. I am what she would have been had she not got, like her stand up on point. Like if she hadn't gotten a break and gotten her own show, that would have been me. Okay. Let's not go there. We should probably have him on winning. I mean, I would love to freaking get him on. I wish these people that they were still smaller so we could get to them. But a lot of them just aren't. They're way out of field at this point. Not that we won't try. Not that he won't try. He will. You know he will, because you never know. Did I ever think that Steph the alternate was going to show up for Winning's birthday stream? No. Did I act like a fangirl? Yes, I absolutely I remember that. I remember saying, I'm having a total fangirl moment. Oh my God. And she was so shocked by it because she wasn't used to that anymore. Like being on panel with somebody who was like, oh my God. But I literally had wanted to meet her for like a year or more. And I just never thought I would. And then on Winning's channel, it's like, oh my goodness. So, and to be on panel, not just that she went on Wednesday, that I was on panel with her, freaked me out. Oh my goodness. That's the only thing I remember about that entire day, that entire show. And that thing went for hours. I just know it was supposed to be about his birthday, and in my head it wound up being, oh my God, that stuff. Like, that was the whole thing. I didn't give a shit about that. Sorry, Wayne. That was just... I'll try to get him after the primary. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, absolutely. We could do that kind of campaign thing, like really like go after him, see if we can get him. I'm on board. Count me in. Roseanne is awesome, Jacob. Yes, she is. If Trump picks someone like Nikki for VP, I'd just ship and be all in for Vivek. Otherwise, I'm all in for Trump. Say, I don't think he would ever. Number one, he's never going to pick a woman. No, because that way lies badness. First of all, they're too quick to like make shit up. That's number one. There's too many instances for them to be like, oh, he didn't listen to me. It was all about me being a girl, whatever. Because you know they fucking lie. That I think is a landmine he is not willing to walk through. So he'd be just like, no, throw in the cabinet or something, but no. But I really don't think he would ever give her the time of day because she's just a mouthpiece for the other side. She's Killary with an R. Yep. With an R? Oh, with the Republican. Yeah, she's not a real Republican. I don't feel like she is. She's totally just about herself. She's easily bought, easily influenced. She's just always going to be a puppet for somebody else. That's my take on it. Somebody's got their hand up her ass and they're just moving the mouth, and whatever they want to come out comes out. I don't like her at all. I didn't like her from the beginning. We all know how I feel about Fat Boy. I got no use for him. The sooner he leaves this planet, the better off we'll be. And I mean, go to Mars. I don't want anything bad to happen, but send him to, the place he's used to living, like Uranus. I hate that man. Hate him. Did I say I hate him? Anyway. DeSantis. I mean, I've heard better conversation from a piece of cardboard. He's so wooden. He's just so wooden and just stiff all the time. He's so monotone. Like, if the man ever experienced an emotion, I'd die of shock. He emotes nothing. Nothing. And I'm sorry, but I have been bored to death by presidents in the past. At least when Trump talked, he was animated. He said real shit in real time. And I almost always felt like I knew where I stood with him. Did I agree with it? No. A lot of the time I didn't, but I knew what he was saying. If he was going to be a dick, he was going to be a dick. And he was going to be a dick to your face and fuck you. That's just how it was. And I think that's how it still is. He's battling so much. I feel terrible. And the thing is, like, the only thing that they're doing by all this unwarranted persecution and like piling on him is they're making everybody else who's ever felt targeted and helpless back him. And one thing you don't want to do, like if you have a bunch of desperate people who get together for a cause, they will not stop ever because they've already lost most of what they ever had. What do they have to lose? Now they're out for blood. And that's what they're creating. In my eyes, that's what they're doing by going after him the way they are. It's like your mother telling you you're not allowed to date the bad boy. That's all you want. She just guaranteed you're not only going to marry him, you're going to be with him for life, regardless, just to spite you. Just because you told her no. Just because she told you, no, don't do that. Oh, he's bad for you. Really? Okay. I don't get where I don't know. I think that was a huge misstep for that side, for the left. I think backing the trans, that was a huge misstep because we're all seeing that shit blow up. Doing the whole woke agenda, all seeing that. Everybody's waking up from being woke. And it's just like, I mean, I was on the left, but I was never there. I was never where they're at now. Like, even like that old mindset of me could look at them and go, damn, like, what, you went so far afield? Like, you gotta be kidding me. I was used to extremism, but not on that grand of a scale. And they just turned it into an absurdity. I can't take it. I can't take it. Anyway, we've been going 4.5 hours. It's 12:30 in the afternoon on the East Coast. I have had an amazing day. I didn't know what I was going to talk about. I don't really think we talked about any one thing. We talked about pretty much everything. But it comes down to the fact that I started this out feeling really down, really discouraged, and very alone. And I am going to click off here and go have my lunch. And I don't feel alone anymore. And I don't feel like it's just my voice that's crying in the dark. I don't feel so helpless. You know, you guys come here and you remind me why I do this. You remind me why I push other people to do this. Because it doesn't matter how much we get pushed down or like shit on by these fucking platforms. We're all going to keep going because you have to. And I got you guys to keep me going. You know, I love you for that. I really do. So I do. I couldn't do this without you. You know, I'll say it every time. Couldn't do it without you. But until next time, I will see you guys Friday morning at 8 o'clock. Thanks so much for the giggles. You're very welcome. And thank you for adding to chat. We love people who participate. We love our lurkers. For those listening, we love our lurkers. But yeah, no, you jump in and talk anytime you want about everything. We're very interactive here. Hideous. Rumble for the win. Yes, I'm very happy that I did Rumble today. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to try to do that every single time. It's just that stream key thing. It's annoying that I can't just click it and go. I have to go and set all this shit up and everything else. It's like, ugh. But I'll get used to it. It just has to become routine for me. Castro, my lovey. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. Enjoy the outro. Once again, by Winning Reality. I will see you guys. I don't know if he's doing a show tonight. If he is, I'll see you there. If he's doing a show tomorrow night, Repairing History, I will see you there. Otherwise, I will see you Friday morning and in assorted chats where you'll catch me running through or lurking. But love you guys. See you in the funny papers.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you.
Listen up, let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down to Seaside Heights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got a condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a